of Nigeria, Fintech NGR, in partnership with SFF, proudly supported by Access Bank and the Africa Fintech Foundry. So welcome everyone, welcome again. So this is me just going to share with you what the day looks like. And then at exactly 10 a.m., we will get started. Let's try and make it a very exciting day for ourselves. Let's try and learn. It's important to learn, and let's discuss issues affecting our ecosystem. And we'll kick off the day with the national anthem, which will be at exactly 10 o'clock. And then immediately after, we'll invite the president of the Fintech Association of Nigeria, Ade Bajomo, to give his opening address. Shortly after that, we'll have a keynote or an address by Umar Ahmed Bello, Director of Currency Operations at the Central Bank of Nigeria. He'll be speaking on e-Naira and the Nigerian economy. And then after that, we'll have a speech on combating anti-money laundering and terrorism financing with e-Naira. And that will be from an associate director at the KPMG. And then we'll move to the fireside chats with the CEO of OPE, Ini Akpan, on the making of more unicorns. This has been the year of unicorns, and we hope to see more unicorns come on stream. And then that will be moderated by Kemi Agbaje, Legal Counsel, FSDH, who is already on site. I saw outside earlier. We'll move to the first panel session on AI, quantum, cloud computing, and emerging economy. That panel session, we have the manager of enterprise performance, Romanos Eke, Ikemweke, Microsoft, and a few others. And we'll also jump into a speech by Daniel Awe, the head of Africa Fintech Foundry. And then also we'll have another panel session on blockchain and emerging economy. And that will have Yinka Edu, Elizabeth Rusiello, Simon Chantry, Ruth Iselema, and Ray Yusuf, all coming together to share their thoughts on how blockchain can add value. We must see, so the thing about it is that, going forward, we have to find a way to see all technologies as having a role to play collaboratively, and so that we are not thinking that any technology is out to take down any other business model. But yeah, so that will be our rundown today. And we'll start at exactly 10 a.m. For those online, saying welcome. The hashtag to use for this event is hashtag WFF2021. So you can take a selfie and hashtag it. You can share your thoughts. And if there are any speech that you find interesting, you can also add that to any of the social media platforms, whether Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, any other one that you use, even Snapchat. There are more coming up that I can't even I can't keep tab of the new ones, but yeah, there are other new ones I hear of every day. Okay, so welcome again. I'll just wait for the next 3 minutes or so, and then we would start off for the day. So welcome. Who was here during the last event that we had, the Nigeria Fintech Week itself, the actual Fintech Week? Who was here? Let me just be sure whether I repeat. Oh yeah, no, yeah, I saw two of you. All right, who else? No, of course, I saw all of you here. All right. Okay, all right. So it's great to have you back again. We'll try and make this as interesting and as impactful as that week was. This is also a global event happening across the world. And I understand that even the Kenyan edition is happening today as well, right? So, so these are our Nigerian edition. This industry, however we look at it, has placed us on the map, tremendously. It's really, really placed us on the map. And it's one industry that we should all be proud of, what the fintechs have done. When you turn on the news and, you hear about unicorns, you hear about our young guys who are building stuff, this is the industry. And, yesterday because I oftentimes I like to read about the PayPal mafia story, right? And, and it brings me to what Kola said, if you listen to Kola's speech during the FinTech Week, what Kola was saying. Kola, the founder of Ventures Platform, where he talked about the fact that even though ventures isn't investing only in fintechs, but ventures find fintech investment very interesting simply because it's the catalyst or the foundation upon which you can build every other stuff, right? And if you now even trace back, say, if you now even trace back to the PayPal story, and how PayPal guys, after, they broke out and they became all the, they literally made Silicon Valley what it is today, right? All the investments, because they came out and they had money that they could actually now reinvest in other startups, and it just kept on. And, today Silicon Valley remains the world HQ for startup investment, and innovation, if you like, right? So yeah, I would believe that this industry actually holds the key to many of the things that would happen tomorrow, simply because those who are innovating in this industry today, because they are young, and because they would have exits at some point, exits equals money in some cases, not in all cases. So in the cases where it equals money, they will have money that they can now use to say, okay, you know what, let me split this money. 50% of this goes back to investing in the ecosystem. And when other young people also now even have access to capital, they can take more risk. And then that's what, before you know what's happening, it catches up. So yeah, so this industry is one industry we should be proud of, wherever we are across the world. All right. I would just say that today's event, which actually is titled with the theme, Tech Spark 3.0, leveraging emerging technology for the digital economy. The digital economy is here to stay. And, every one of us have a role to play. And, I always say this, in trying to build inclusion, we'll always remember, back in the days when you attend tech events, you don't see a lot of lawyers in tech events. This morning, I met Kemi. She's a lawyer, right? I should be anchoring one of the sessions. The last one, I met at least the FinTech week we had about 2 weeks ago, thereabout. I met at least about 7 lawyers, from different law firms, right? And what that tells every one of us here is that it's an ecosystem. So, you don't have to be the developer. You could be the legal person, you could be the analyst, you could be the psychologist that brings your own experience into product design. So it's really an ecosystem, and I'm happy that it keeps growing as an ecosystem. All right, just right about now, we have just 1 minute or less than 1 minute. So I'd like to ask my producer to cue the national anthem as we officially declare the program open. And in honor of our country, I'd like you to stand as in honor of the national anthem. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. Can you rewind it? Thank you very much, everyone. You may be seated. Thank you very much. All right. My name is Chukwemeka Fred Agbata, host Tech Trends on Channels Television. And it gives me great pleasure to be your host for this event. On this note, I'd like to call on the president of the Fintech Association of Nigeria, Ade Bajamo, to please come forward for his opening remarks. Thank you very much. Mic check, can you hear us?
Good morning.
Hello, can you hear us?
Good morning,
just say hello.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can everybody there hear me?
I know you are speaking, but we can't hear you. So maybe we're trying to fix the audio.
Okay.
But yeah, our national anthem is such a very powerful prayer, especially the second stanza. And, sometimes we get a bit disgruntled, or maybe not disgruntled, we just get tired and angry at, situation, but the truth is, at the end of the day, there is no place like home, and so for those of us now, when people come to meet me now and say, if I want to Japa, I usually will ask you, how can I help you to Japa? If you need a letter of reference to the embassy, I will provide for you, but for those who want to stay, and it's not a problem, it's fine. I mean, we're even 200 million people. Is the audio okay now? We're even 200 million people, so it's fine, for as many that want to move, it's fine, it's allowed. It gives you more experience, it brightens
I have
your horizon,
unmuted.
right? But for those who want to stay, like I have chosen to stay, we don't have any choice but to build. We have to build. We have to build. We have to build for the future. So yeah, let me see your hands. Those who are destined to stay. Let me see your hands. I'm not seeing your hand.
No.
Okay, mic check. Can you do that again, sir?
Hello. Can you hear
yes,
me?
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you. Over to you for your opening remarks. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this highly anticipated event, which is the Nigeria Fintech Week in collaboration with the Singapore Fintech Festival. Thank you for being with us today, both on site at the Sheraton's 4 Point and online. I hope we're all charged up for this morning and excited to share ideas, visions, learn, and develop strategies for the progression of both the Nigerian and global fintech ecosystem. It is with deepest pleasure that I welcome you to the World Fintech Festival, being brought to you by the Singapore Fintech Festival, in conjunction, of course, with Fintech Association of Nigeria, the leading fintech association and body of fintechs in the country. Our overarching focus for today is on leveraging emerging technology for the digital economy. This is an extremely important subject, which will determine where Nigeria sits in the global financial spectrum for now and many years to come. What do we mean by the digital economy? The digital economy can be described as a network of economic activities that results from billions of everyday online connections among people, businesses, devices, data, and processes. The backbone of the digital economy is hyperconnectivity, which means growing interconnectedness between people, organizations, and machines due to the mobile technology and the Internet of Things that we all live with. The digital economy includes all parts of the economy that exploit technological change, which leads to markets, business models, day-to-day operations being transformed phenomenally. These include e-commerce, digital banking, payments, of course, and in fact, traditional sectors like education, mining, healthcare, or manufacturing that are being affected by the emergence of these technologies. In fact, a recent report by the International Data Corporation shows that the global spend on digital transformation, the engine behind the digital economy, will top $6.8 trillion before end of 2023. And the figure will increase by about 16% on a year-on-year basis. At the same time, it is expected that 65% of the world's GDP will be digitized within 2 years. And that tells you the path that we're going. Now, let's talk about emerging technologies and how these can be leveraged. Emerging technology is the term used to describe a new technology, but it may also refer to continuing development of an existing technology in very new and novel ways. At the dawn of the fourth industrial revolution, this includes artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, augmented and virtual reality, cloud computing, blockchain, quantum computing, robotics, autonomous vehicles, just to name a few. And these are some of what our distinguished speakers will be talking about today. These emerging technologies are already being leveraged in a number of ways across the world and across various industries. The key wins for the Nigerian ecosystem has been enormous, especially in 2021. Nigeria is one of the 38 countries that has produced unicorns, such as InterSwitch, Flutterwave, Jumia, and of course, OPay, and looking to move beyond unicorns into decacorns. Innovation has not been restricted to fintechs alone. I mean, we're seeing the regulators, and in particular, the Central Bank of Nigeria, introduce the digital currency, taking the lead in terms of central bank digital currencies in Africa and also on a global stage. And despite this achievement, we still have quite a large population, which are excluded from the financial world, about 40 million. But the opportunities for innovation are enormous, and we need to be relentless in pursuing and driving those opportunities. We know definitely that we have a number of concerns that we have to deal with in building a winning and leading ecosystem for Nigeria. In that respect, really, to build a leading ecosystem, we have some advantages, clear advantages: a youthful population, increasing smartphone penetration at about 50%, a focused regulatory drive to increase financial inclusion and cashless payment. We have regulators like the SEC, coming up with progressive initiatives and regulatory framework around crowdfunding, sandbox, and working with fintechs to drive the penetration of new technologies. And all of these has actually led to Nigeria being home to well over 200 fintechs, and growing. At Fintech Nigeria, we actually continue to work with all the ecosystem to drive the growth and thrive and ensure the ecosystem continues to thrive successfully. Regulatory barriers need to be further addressed swiftly by the continuing collaboration with regulators. Our FinTech forum, which is called Regulators Forum, which happens once a quarter, actually brings together all the key regulators and industry participants to drive the issue. We're very pleased to say that the World Economic Forum representatives attended the last session and will continue to grow from strength to strength. Investors need to continue to choose Nigeria as a leading destination, because we're very positive that the country will continue to grow and the regulatory environment will continue to work in the best way to drive that growth. There's indeed a need to build trust between startups, banks, the wider financial ecosystem to drive and sustain a partnership. We have to continue to grow the talent. We have the numbers in terms of bodies, but we have to continue to grow the talent. And there are lots of initiatives, that grow the talent. And one of the really interesting ones that the FinTech Nigeria Association has come up with is the DigiStuds, where we're actually working with the leading universities in the country to update and change the curriculum to be more aligned with what the industry requires. In closing, and making some closing remarks, being Africa's largest economy, Nigeria, through its attraction of funding and opportunities, will no doubt continue to make and take a bigger bite in the global digital economy. This would include the ecosystem and in particular the government to strengthen the digital infrastructure, unlock more investment, boost training and skills in the youthful population to create jobs, as we've continued to do over and over again. The digital economy is taking shape and undermining conventional notions about how businesses are structured, how firms interact, how consumers obtain services, information, and goods. Understanding the dynamics has become non-negotiable. The digital economy will soon become the ordinary economy as the uptake and application of digital technologies in every sector continues to grow. The emergence of Nigeria, and indeed the rest of Africa's fintech communities, is showing the forces of economics at play, and that Africa's fintech is nonetheless maturing, and the government, regulators, and indeed the world are beginning to pay attention. In the fourth industrial revolution, Africans are solving African problems, leveraging global technologies, leveraging global partnerships, but injecting it with pure, raw, sheer African talent. Let me challenge the innovators and the broader ecosystem to keep pushing the limits and the boundaries by leveraging technology to solve the biggest issues in Nigeria and on the continent, and of course, the world at large. Once again, thank you for being part of this festival. And I pray and hope you have a fantastic time. You gain a lot, you contribute, and we continue to grow the ecosystem beyond our wildest imagination. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Ade Bajomo. Thank you very much. Very inspirational. Thank you for that speech. From his speech, you can tell that the Fintech Association of Nigeria is doing quite a lot to ensure that the digital economy that we are all pushing for becomes a reality. And when that takes off, things like corruption, you will see how technology can actually play a role in so many things that face us today. So many things. It would, including going to get your passport, or there are a lot of things that, for people who innovate, know that there are solutions. But yeah, we'll get there. So thank you once again, Ade Bajomo, President, Fintech Association of Nigeria, for that inspirational opening address. You've set the stage of what today will look like, and we'll really look forward to an exciting day. All right, remember the hashtag is hashtag WFF 2021, and this is the World World Fintech Festival, the Nigerian event, which is in partnership with SFF and the Fintech NGR. All right, at this point, we'd like to call it our second, our keynote address. If it's online, Umar Ahmed Bello, Director of Currency Operations at the Central Bank of Nigeria. He will be speaking on the e-Naira and the Nigerian economy. That has been how many people have opened your account here? If you open your account here, how many people? You've opened your account. Oh, that's cool. You've opened your account. I've opened mine as well. Did you say you've opened yours? Oh, you have? Did he ask you for your state of origin? Yeah, because it was a friend of mine who is from Germany said he was asking him for state of origin. I don't know whether it's been updated. Okay, Mr. Omar is here. Mic check, sir. Can you hear us? You're muted. You're muted.
Good morning.
All right, morning, Mr. Omar. You have 20 minutes to share with us on e-Naira and the Nigerian economy. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good morning. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. It's a very good opportunity for us to be able to talk to people who we have engaged previously in the course of the e-Naira project in Nigeria. Just to make it short, maybe these are issues we have had discussions with, or people are asking, because now I had you raising one of the issues that about state of origin when people want to onboard. We'll come to that. Basically, the e-Naira and the Nigerian economy, what we look at is what is the level of development of the Nigerian system. If you look at the evolution of money from the barter era to the area where we have physical objects, then we have paper money, gold, credit cards, electronic money, and now the era of digital currency. There has been a lot of mileage that has been covered during that period. The payment landscape in Nigeria has significantly evolved with the rise in the digital payment, with new market rules and players who are changing by the day. Last week, the central bank granted approval in principle to two payment service banks, Airtel and MTN, which is an addition to the system, to the development in the market. Digital payments have consequently grown, with about 2.7 billion transactions valued about 162.9 trillion in 2020, which shows that there's a lot of activity going on. But all the same, if you look at it, cash is still there. There's still a large usage of cash, and the use of cash is a lot of problem for many players. What are the policies that CBN have done over the years to achieve some of the mileage that we have? if you look at under division payment system vision 2020, so many things were planned to be done within the period. And during that period, we had things like cash light or cashless, and then we have the Nigerian financial inclusion strategy, which was launched. We have the bank verification number, which is a very noble idea that has helped us to determine to authenticate owners of accounts and so on. And then you have the SINF, which is the shared agents network expansion facility. And then you have the license of the payment service banks. Now, what is driving central banks to go for digital currency? Basically, the use of cash is declining, both locally and globally. There are some countries that don't have cash at all, or they have very minimal cash, that you have to look for areas where they will accept your cash. Then you have digital payments that are rising significantly. Then you have private monies, the cryptocurrencies, which seems to be filling the gap that central banks may have ignored over the period. CBN did not ignore that area. Way back to 2017, there was a committee that was looking into the activities evolving around the cryptocurrency. Now, if you look at the trend in the world now, over 90 central banks are now considering one option or another for the digital currency. So what is the objective of the CBDC for the Nigerian economy? Basically, the main objectives include empowerment and poverty reduction. If you want to target, government want to target payment to certain sectors, whether conditional cash transfers or unconditional cash transfer or trader money and so on. They can do it directly to the beneficiaries, quoting link men or any other abuse that will be in the system. Then you have financial inclusion. Many people who are the current plan for the e-Naira is in different phases. We have not gone to the phase where people who are unbanked, who don't have bank accounts, can do. Now we are just doing people who have bank accounts, but we'll come to the era where we use USSD codes and people can go to network operators in their environment or agency to be able to do their transaction. Then we are hoping that it will improve monetary and financial stability policies. We'll have a kind of better view of all the money is supply in the ecosystem, and that will help us to determine to come up with better monetary policies. Then you have the issue of improved FX position, which means the IMTOs and the fintechs are likely going to play a very leading role in ensuring that people who want to make remittances into Nigeria in foreign currency will be considered. It's not in the first phase, but it's part of the phases that we are going to consider. Then you have the growth in cross-border trade, where particularly with the Pan-African payment system, where we expect that trade will be easier. We are hoping that if you are in Ghana and you have money here, you don't need to have a currency of that country for it to trade. You'll be able to use your digital currency and pay for that service. Or if somebody is coming from Ghana to buy things in Nigeria, if he has a wallet, because we have banks that are operating outside, Nigerian banks that are operating in other countries. So the e-Naira project. The e-Naira project commenced with the setting of the committee by the manager of central bank to come up with the modality for the implementation of the digital currency. We have a technical working committee, which is headed by the Deputy Governor, Economic Policy, and then they have membership from 8 departments. That's payment system, currency, ITD, banking supervision, trade and exchange. You have consumer protection. You have legal, and you have financial policy and regulation. These are the people that worked around the system, the e-Naira, leading to the launch by the bank. Yeah, the e-Naira was launched on 25th of October by the president, and since then we have been watching and seeing the level of adoption and usage. It may not be what we expect that we anticipate that in the first place maybe we have between 300 and 1 million people who will onboard, but with time we are expecting more people will come on board. So what are the key design principles that we had in mind? We said whatever we are going to bring should be something that would, it is a new form of money that will be introduced, but it's expected that it will not disrupt the system. Then we want it to coexist with the different forms of money already in use. And then we want to use the principles of innovation and efficiency to drive it so that things will be better for everybody. So the key security consideration we had was confidentiality, availability, and integrity. Because we feel whatever is there, if it's not secured or is not available when you need it, or it doesn't have integrity, it is of no use to anybody. So the e-Naira design system is designed with key design elements including architecture, infrastructure, assets, and technology, which was carefully chosen to attain the objectives of the e-Naira and harness its potential for Nigeria economy. Currently, what we have various tiers. Okay, the approach we took was the two-tier system, where we have the central bank and the financial institutions that will be players in the system. While in other jurisdictions, some will do wholesale, but we are choosing the retail two-tier system so that other players can effectively participate in the activity around the e-Naira. So currently we have a consumer wallet that is tied to structure. Like we have zero tier, that's non-account holders. We have tier one, which is non-account holders that have some form of verification, like NIN. But 2 and 3 are basically those who have full verification, authentication, like the KYC and AML requirements and the VBN. So those are the ones that are basically covered now. Sorry. So some of the lessons we learned is the fact that we have to look at the CBN Act to see whether it gives us permission to do another form of currency. But luckily, we have Section 19 which gives us the option to issue any currency in any form or device that we feel is going to be useful. Then the adoption of a two-tier model and an account-based CBDC mitigated against this intermediation. There was a lot of fear being expressed by financial institutions that they are going to lose out on that. And that's why CBN made some provision that on merchant wallets that are that don't have limit, there will be provision for sweeping on the next day so that the level of amount that will stay in the wallet would not be too much to reduce the quantity of money in the banks. And for customers, I think at this level now we're doing just a maximum of 200,000, but when it is fully implemented, we expect that the balance on individual wallets will not be more than 5 million naira. Then you have you have to balance privacy and transparency. Many people are asking what is the difference between an e-wallet and issued by a bank and the e-Naira that is issued by a central bank. The basic difference is that if you move money from your commercial bank from your bank to an e-wallet of that same bank, the money still resides with that bank. But when you move the money to e-Naira, that one becomes a liability of the Central Bank of Nigeria, which means it's fiat money. It's the same Naira, just like cash. So that's the basic difference between the two. And another basic issue is that people should take note that unlike where banks open accounts, CBN does not open accounts. CBN have wallets for people. And that's what we do. And that's why we can handle the liabilities of people that have adopted the wallets. So we have had some challenges, basically accuracy of database. At the beginning, it was discovered that information in some databases like BBN, which we relied on, were incomplete and inaccurate. Like only 5% of registered BBN users have active email addresses, or some of them, when they abandon the emails they use, and that's why when they send activation code for the wallet, some of them don't get to see it. But we have done some workaround, and I think it's easier now. People are free to put emails that are not necessarily the ones they put when they register the BBN. Or sometimes you have issues about special characters that people use on their names, or like hash, dash, underscore, and so on. So, but many of them, as time evolves, we are hoping that things will get better. The literacy level, up to now, there's a lot of, the public has a perception that CBDC is same with cryptocurrency. So we have to work and tell them, look, the e-naira is not tradable. The crypto is tradable. So if you want to trade, it's not in the e-naira. And then we have to continue to engage stakeholders. Luckily, during this process, we have engaged members of this association who give us valuable inputs into things they feel, if we consider them, will make the e-naira a better product. I think in summary, that's the what we have so far. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Umar, Director, Currency Operations at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Would you like to take any questions, sir, from the audience?
Yes.
You would love to? Okay, awesome. Yeah. Okay, who has a question for either from the audience on site or even online? Does anyone have any question for him? You want to ask any question whatsoever? Is there any question online? So, are you confirming that now that that foreigners can register without necessarily adding state of origin?
Well, at the technical committee meeting, we have considered that some of the people who have accounts in Nigeria are not necessarily people that are from any of the states in Nigeria. The difficulty at the design level was the fact that some of the addresses you have you know, some of the names we have for streets and towns, they have special characters that was difficult for them at the beginning. But we are hoping that we'll work around it, and we have recognized the fact that there are many people who are doing businesses in Nigeria who are not necessarily citizens of Nigeria. So we'll work around that, and we hold regular meeting. We have one today, and I will take this one as part of the things that we need to weekly work around.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, we'll have to let him go if there are no other questions here. Any question online? Okay, all right. Well, I guess that, oh, there's a question. All right, please. There's a question for you. And she said she has opened her e-naira account. That was why I had to ask her how she did it. Maybe you tell us.
Sir, I want to ask a question about the e-naira and the bank. What's the impact will the e-naira take to the banks, the app or the banks?
Are you saying whether what we do is we ensure that onboarding is through the bank. So before you can onboard, you have to go through the bank's app, and that's why we implemented the two-tier approach. We don't want to disintermediate the banks, and that's why we gave them a role, because the money, when you are transferring to e-naira, you are doing it from a bank account. And when you are withdrawing from your e-naira, you are moving it back to your bank account. So that's why banks have a very key role, and then you have to use the bank app for you to be able to fund, or we will reach a level where you can walk into a bank and then maybe pay cash and ask a bank to know the equivalence on your e-naira, or an agent. But we have not done that level. That's tier 0. We have not done that.
Okay, thank you. And another question. Sorry. I want to know the original reason for the e-naira. Is it for the finance inclusion, or do you have any other reason?
Okay. The first reason for us, the cost of currency management is enormous. You know, Nigeria is large. We have to move money across the country for people to be served. It's costing us money, and we're looking for the serious adoption of the cashless policy. We have had issues with the implementation. Initially, it was segmented into some towns, and then at a point, there was even a court that said, no, why are we only implementing only some part of Nigeria? I'm hoping that CBN management will quickly leverage on the current decision of the High Court and say, okay, let's do it across Nigeria, because what it means is that we have some laws, they are like the anti-money laundering, that says you cannot do transactions in cash up to certain amount. So if we keep to that, it's easier for everybody. It will reduce cash, the cost of cash handling. You move less cash. You will not spend so much money on storage and so on. But then financial inclusion too is key. There are so many people who don't have a bank account. Even though the requirement for opening a bank account is so low. And then if you look at the way banks are operating now, many of them are not opening new branches because there are new technologies that you don't need to have a physical branch. So if you can't, you have to provide an alternative. And that's why we said last week's approval in principle for 2 PSBs, MTN and Airtel, is a further development to reinforce that. But you know, we have the shared agents network expansion facility, that's the SANEF, which is intended to broaden the net of people who were excluded previously from the financial system. So we are hoping that the main gain we see is a situation where you can walk into the person selling granite on the street and just use your INARA to pay him, so that it will be easy, it is fast, and he doesn't need to handle his contactless, especially now that is in this era of COVID. I think it is it's a win-win for everybody and for the environment too.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a last question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm interested in the INARA, for the INARA, we should have an ecosystem, including the merchant, including the retail, all the people. So how long do you think we will build this ecosystem in Nigeria?
Well, you see, the project is supposed to run up to September next year, so that we'll be able to have the 4 phases that we have anticipated. And you know, even when you complete the 4 phases, you may have some new emerging issues that will come. Assuming, how do you treat people who are visually impaired? How do you handle those cases? These are new things that may come up even after you complete your distance. What we are doing is we are leveraging on the information that is available from all the different sources, including key implementers that are there, either at pilot stage or in full for us to see what we can get from them to improve our system. And then we are open to suggestions. That's why we have our contact is there, maybe helpdesk at inara.gov.ng. It's available for people who want to send their suggestions or they want to seek help. We have not foreclosed our desire to learn from other people. Everybody is learning from each other. There is no expert currently on CBDC, because I don't think what we leverage on was maybe the World Economic Forum design considerations, and then the worksheets they have. You try to just build a template where you'll be able to roll out and see. As you do, the governor of Central Bank made one key statement. He said, INARA is not an event, it's a journey. So we have started the journey, and the journey is barely 2 weeks officially. And we are hoping that maybe before the year runs out, before we run the full course of the project, there will be a lot of refinements that will see that things stabilize and people are happy with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Mark, so can you say to us that there are already transactions happening now? Can you confirm that?
Yes, transactions are happening. I don't know, you are based in Lagos. I don't know here in Abuja. I know we have merchants that are using them. It's not up to the level we expect. But you know, some of the issues that maybe you will get. you have a franchise that have different owners. You understand? One big company, but it's a franchise owned by different people. So even if you create, idea is that you have a single wallet. If you create for one now, you have to be able to have sub-wallets. And that's things that we're working on to make sure that the fact that you are ABC Nigeria Limited, another one is ABC, but they have different ownership, we can be able to handle them differently and be able to identify them correctly. So transactions are happening here in the CBN here, our canteen. We basically use the e-naira to pay the two caterers that are there, Mims and Crystal Plate. We have big shops here like Sahad stores that use it. So they have decals there where they said e-naira is accepted. And every day we try to see. And all the banks have already requested for e-naira for their customers. But the level of usage is, I know maybe Lagos is large, and before you have large areas where you have merchants using it, it will take some time. But then Lagos is key. We have to target it and make sure that we onboard as many merchants as possible so that when you load, it will not remain on your wallet just for show. It has to be used effectively to achieve the desired objectives. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Mr. Ahmed, I think we may have lost them.
Yeah.
I can hear you loud and clear. Clearly, they can't hear us. But thank you very much. That was a fantastic explanation.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll continue our engagement with you so that at least it's an open field. People will learn new things from everybody. So we are open to engagements with different stakeholders.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. And we will provide the required support and exposure as well to make sure this succeeds. You're doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. We missed that. Maybe we'll get the record. So we missed that.
We lost you guys. So we'll continue online.
That was good. Thank you for stepping in. But I'll just take the last shot, even though I wanted you to. But can you say quickly about that, just for the benefit of the people on site, because we lost you. You said there are transactions already happening on the platform now.
Yes.
Okay. Any idea of the volume? Can we know the volume that's happening now?
No, I don't have the records actually, because we are doing so many things. We want to see by volume, by currency in circulation, by the owners of the wallet to see the movements around, just for monetary purpose. Because if we decide at a certain time that there is so much money in circulation, what do we do? We have to look at the numbers, and it will help us to see what we are doing. What I was saying was that the number of merchants that are onboarded is not so significant to feel the impact now, but we are just barely 2 weeks. And we are hoping that as more people adopt and more places use it, you will have it. In our premises here, the people that are providing catering services, we use the e-naira to pay them because it's easier for everybody. And all the fears that people had, if they have so much e-naira, what do they do with it? You can move it back to your account, especially for merchants. We didn't put any cap on what they can spend or have as balance. It's just that maybe overnight we'll implement a sweeping policy so that we don't have so much money out of the banking system.
All right.
Otherwise, we'll defeat the purpose of the two-tier.
Okay. One final question, super important question. What is the plan to integrate fintechs on the e-naira? Because I've not seen any fintech yet.
At least we had some engagements, but the phases are many. We have 4 phases. we have the IMTOs, which were supposed to be in the second phase, and then we have the use of the SSD codes and so on. So we'll really, I will take it back to the technical working committee, and then we'll have a formal discussion, just like we got across to you when we were doing the design considerations. So there will be a lot of things that the fintechs can do for the improvement of the system and for the adoption of the e-Naira.
All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Umar Ahmed Bello, Director, Currency Operations at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you for your time this morning and for enlightening us about e-Naira. Let's hope that more and more Nigerians, adopt it, and CBN works with stakeholders to build confidence and trust. And let's hope that, it leads to more transformation. All right, thank you very much. We jump to the next. Thank you very much for your time. We'll jump to the next session quickly, and that will be on combating anti-money laundering and terrorism financing with e-Naira. And that will be by Olusegun Odeku, Associate Director of Forensic Services at KPMG Nigeria. Olusegun, if you're online and you can hear me, just say hello.
Hello, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you. So you have 10 minutes. Your time starts now. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Just to confirm that you can see my screen.
So we can see your screen.
Okay. So I would, for the next 10 minutes, I'll be speaking about, how we can combat anti-money laundering and terrorism financing with the e-Naira. Just to quickly go back to the definition of money laundering, which is really trying to disguise the proceeds of crime and concealing the source of the funds. And terrorism financing is financial support in any form of terrorism or those who encourage, plan, or engage in terrorism. And then why are these issues important? United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime estimates that globally, 5% of the GDP is laundered, and the impact of that is what we see every day, damage to our financial systems and institutions. When the government pass policies, these policies are not as effective as they expect them to be because the system is not really showing a true and fair picture. There's damage to political and democratic institutions, which is something that I believe most of us can identify with. When funds which serve as a powerful source of resource are in the wrong hands, those individuals can leverage those funds to cause some form of damage into the political systems. There's a negative impact on social economic development, as well as there's the reputation that is tied to a country when that country is being associated with money laundering issues. And just to quickly touch on the three major levels of money laundering, stages rather. There's the placement, which is putting the money in the financial system. Layering, which is moving it through several accounts, through transactions to confuse people and disguise the trail of the funds. And integration, which is bringing it back. And I think one of the reasons why I've touched on these three stages is because for layering, which we'll talk about in a bit, is where e-Naira really comes into play. So how do we see what do we see and how do we view the e-Naira as helping to combat money laundering? The e-Naira is still in the early stages of adoption, like we just heard, but there are a number of possibilities and potentials that we see that can help the country as a whole better fight money laundering. As it is, the CBN has exclusive rights to mint, issue, distribute, redeem, and destroy the e-Naira. So that gives some comfort around the fact that there's a single source of origin for the e-Naira. It's built on a blockchain open ledger technology. So for every, it's unlike the paper notes that can be that can be reprinted or falsified. The e-Naira, it's unique. Every e-Naira that is minted is unique and is different. And I think that therein lies the key future that can help Nigeria to use e-Naira to combat money laundering. Because of that unique cryptographic signature that each e-Naira has, it's able to trace we're able to trace that money from, the source to the destination. So irrespective of how much you try to layer these funds, if these funds are illegitimate, once they are identified as illegitimate at the source of entry, it's easy to follow the trail of the funds using those unique digital signatures on each e-Naira to their destination, and it will help regulators unravel the flow of funds or money laundering. It's also going to aid in the detection of association between accounts because of those unique signatures. What you will see is that as people begin to transact, typically people who launder funds are usually in a group. And you see as these transactions happen, using, data analytics and some of the new investigative approaches out there, one can then begin to tie accounts to different groups and associations, especially around politically exposed persons, which is a major issue for most of the banks in Nigeria right now. Identifying who the associates of politically exposed persons it's one issue that banks have not really been able to overcome. With the e-Naira, that should be much more straightforward because you then are able to establish that there is some form of connection between these two sets of accounts due to the flow of funds. Right now, what do we think? How do we think the regulators can further, strengthen the e-Naira to be able to combat money laundering? One is we believe that it can be used in public sector procurement. This would, if they enforce the use of it in the public sector procurement, this would also drive adoption as well as help to identify, actual use of funds that have been paid to contractors for certain projects, which we know is a major issue currently. One is the other way we see is, which will take some time, is harmonizing the existing digital balances in banks with the e-Naira. I think we need to get to a point where the options you have are maybe the paper note or just the e-Naira for us to be able to properly identify, how funds are flowing in the system. It can also be used for social programs. Right now, there are a lot of issues around, the ultimate beneficiaries of intended beneficiaries of social programs getting the funds that they have been designated to them, somewhere in the middle. People can step in and misuse these funds, but with e-Naira, there can be that accountability of ensuring that those funds get to the intended recipients through the digital signatures that are on it. And again, I think the last thing is just to strengthen collaborations with other jurisdictions that have existing in Nigeria. We all know that money laundering is always successful when it moves across borders, and for you to be able to tackle it properly, you need to ensure that if it leaves Nigeria, you're still able to collaborate with regulators outside of the country to track where these funds are going to. What are some of the considerations for banks? Right now, banks use transaction monitoring rules, most of which is based on rule-based transaction monitoring rules. As we have the e-Naira, they may need to update some of those transaction monitoring typologies to account for the use of e-Naira. They need to also train staff on blockchain investigations, and also the regulators may look at integrating the e-Naira into the existing identification database in the country to make it more robust. What are some of the factors that we see that can limit the use of e-Naira to combat money laundering? One is that adoption is still quite low, like we just heard. It will take some time, and the CBN may need to look at ways to stimulate the public adopting the e-Naira right now. Another one is that e-Naira is intended to help with financial inclusion, but with the existing challenges that we have with financial inclusion in Nigeria, which is positive correlation with internet penetration, as well as the existing digital databases, those challenges are still there, and it's difficult to see how the e-Naira would be able to summon these challenges or go a different path from the existing digital challenges. So I guess the regulators have to come up with a unique way to kind of overcome some of these challenges and get more people to use the e-Naira. And then I think the last, even I would say the most important one is cybersecurity threats. With everything digital, there's always the risk that it will be abused by bad actors out there. And so that risk exists. We already right now with the low rate of when you look at the quantum of cyber frauds around due to for education. That's still something that would flow into, we believe will flow into the e-Naira, as this is also a digital platform. So that has to be noted, that risk has to be managed critically so that people don't lose value for the funds that they've worked at. I think that's a quick summary of my presentation, and we'll take any questions if there are.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Please, a round of applause for Oluwaseun. Do you have any question here? I can take one question. Do we have any questions? All right, Oluwaseun, thank you for your time this morning. It's so clear that what you shared, everyone understood it perfectly, but you know, it's interesting the days ahead, even for banks, you know, and how they adopt and how they get more people to jump on the e-Naira. Okay, let me quickly call on the next panel session. It's a fireside chat, beg your pardon. And that's the making of more unicorns in Nigeria. The moderator for this session is Kemi Agbaje, Legal Counsel, FSDH. Round of applause for her as she comes forward. All right. You want to start with this? Okay, and Ini Akpan, CEO of OPay. Ini, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right, awesome, awesome.
Thank you.
Kemi, over to you. Welcome, Ini. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the Nigerian Fintech Association and the Singapore Fintech Festival for organizing this wonderful event. It's a pleasure to be sitting here with, well, virtually, but with Mr. Ini Akpan, who is the country manager and managing director of OPay. So I'll just do a brief introduction. So yes, as Chukwuemeka said, my name is Kemi Agbaje. I work at FSDH Holding Company, which is a non-operating holding company that offers progressive services to clients. So now I'll dive right into why we're here today, which is to talk about the making of more unicorns in Nigeria. So there's been a lot of buzz about unicorns. People are very interested to hear more. And I think of note is the fact that 6 out of 7 unicorns across the continent of Africa actually originated or emerged from Nigeria. So with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Akpan, how does somebody go from being a computer science graduate to running a unicorn? Can you please tell us a bit about your journey?
All right. Well, thank you, Kemi, for that question. We need to understand that, you know, it's a journey. That's one thing that we need to understand. It's a journey. You don't just get there overnight. And from my experience, there are lots of rudimentary things that you learn in school. Fortunately, when you are in university, they teach you the basic rudiments of and the technical principles on how to get there. But you know, you need to add some business acumen to that to make it possible. And some of the critical things that you learn, that you need to add, that you learn in the process, is that there are several routes, you know, to get in there. You know, there are several paths to follow. I mean, so for instance, if you want to achieve scale, there are several ways to get there. But it's important to figure out what the right path is and figure it out very quickly. And once you are able to figure that out, which is part of the lessons that you learn in the process, then you need to double down on it pretty quickly. And that's one of the things. And then it's also very important that you also are very agile, because in spite of the fact that, you know, you know the principles, the quicker you respond to the needs of the market, the better for you. So agility is very, very critical. And then also it's important that you take full stock of, you know, exactly what you want to do, what the problem is, and find a solution to that particular problem. So it's a path, it's a journey. It's something that doesn't happen overnight. They teach you in school systems analysis, feasibility studies that are critical to this process, systems design, but you know, you learn on the job, you learn through various channels, and then through coaching. So it's a journey. It doesn't happen overnight, you know.
Okay, Mr. Akpan, thank you very much for that answer. I noticed that you had mentioned agility. So I guess that's one of the things that has helped you lead OPE to being a unicorn. And I guess now that we're talking about unicorns, there's a lot of talk about them beyond the hefty valuations. What value or what importance do you feel they hold for the Nigerian tech ecosystem apart from these valuations?
I think clearly there are three things that it holds. I mean, it clearly shows the humongous opportunity that is in Nigeria today when you look at the tech ecosystem. And now, obviously, Nigeria is on the map, which also clearly shows the world that there's a talent pool of people. You know, there's a talent pool in Nigeria of people who are innovative, who are creative, who are able to, you know, make stuff, get stuff done. And then lastly, it also clearly shows that there's a huge impact that the tech ecosystem can make in Nigeria economically, and then also even in job creation. So beyond the valuation itself, it speaks volumes about the humongous opportunity in Nigeria. And I think that, and the fact that the tech ecosystem can make that impact in Nigeria and make the difference, you know, turn things around.
Okay, that's great to hear. Talking about opportunity, so you mentioned how obviously this shows that there's a lot of opportunity within the sector. So how do we advise others who are keen to get to this or attain unicorn status? So what are the key ingredients of building a unicorn? Do you feel like there's a vague formula? You can just give us some little tips.
Well, you know, I'm from the school of thought that success can be repeated, you know, so there's a method to every success or madness, as they say, you know, so it's understanding clearly. So one of the first and most important things is understanding clearly what problem you want to solve. And I think that that's actually the very first step. Once you're clear on what problem you want to solve, the next thing you need to do is examine what the potential is for that problem in terms of scale. Because if you're going to achieve unicorn status, then you need to have critical mass, and critical mass is very, very important to achieve that. So you need to look at the possibility of, you know, solving large scale problems, and then, you know, after that, you need to build a minimum viable product, which is something you use to test the market to see if it will resonate with the market or not, you know. And once you do that, once you test and you find that this is something that works, then it's important that you need to double down on it, like I said. But you know, there's a lot of support that you also need in that process, because you need capital, you need coaching, you need to connect with the community. So there are lots of things that you need to consider. So there's a process and there's a path to achieving that. But I think it all begins first with understanding what problem you want to solve, you know, and what the scale of that problem is.
Okay, thank you for the tips given to us. I'm sure this will be useful to many. So we've talked about unicorns and how once you attain unicorn status, it's this big thing, exclusive group of people within the industry. But what does it mean beyond that? So once you've gotten there, what does the road look like, especially for OPE? Now that you've gotten to this level of exclusiveness, what is in store? What is beyond? Please tell us more.
Okay, well, you know, so first, I'd like to make it clear that attaining unicorn status is not the end game. Because if that's the end game, then obviously there's no more path. I think the vision for any business needs to be much bigger than just attaining unicorn status. So it's important that you have a bigger vision, and that's solving the problem. And for OPE, you know, financial inclusion is the end game. Is to make sure that we are able to, you know, financially include those who are excluded, who don't have access to financial services, you know, and because access to financial services is the biggest challenge facing Africa today, you know. So that's what we see, and it's still a long path to get there, but we're on track. We're on track.
Okay. So that brings me on to my next point, which is a hot topic amongst the industry, which is regulatory landscape and how it has the potential to hamper innovation. So we all know firsthand how OPay started its journey in Nigeria as wanting to be a super app. They had a logistics business, which unfortunately was, well, I guess, hampered by regulation. So you've come to the market, you've overcome these issues. How did you overcome this and still come back stronger?
Okay, my thoughts on regulation. So I think regulation is important. Regulation is actually very critical to, sustaining the ecosystem. Otherwise, there'll be chaos. And that's why, as a company, we understand that regulation is important, and we try to do everything to conform or to comply with these things. But it's important to also understand that regulation can be an obstacle to agility. So you have to be innovative and creative, and you also need to, find, partnerships that can help you to surmount those challenges, because no man is an island. So you need to navigate through all of those obstacles and by looking at the market and looking at the various partnerships and connections in the community that can help you surmount those challenges. Like I said, the regulation is important, because otherwise there will be systemic risk to everyone. And we already see what's going on in the market in terms of risk, in terms of fraud. So regulation is good. And so far, partnerships have been a core part of what we do to ensure that we surmount all of those challenges. You have to be connected to the ecosystem too. There are people who are licensed to do different things. You're licensed to do something else. And then you work together and collaborate to surmount those challenges. So that's.
Okay, so I noticed that you mentioned in your answer a lot about partnerships and how they've played a pivotal role in how you've overcome or surmounted challenges. I was wondering if, just for the benefit of the audience and people listening, how did you go about fostering those partnerships? Where do you meet? Like, what sorts of partnerships are you talking about? If you could just expand a bit on that point.
The thing is understanding what you have the access or the rights to do. And once you understand that somebody else has, the platform or the platform that you actually need to plug into to actually get there. So for instance, I'll give an example. So you may have a bills payment platform. I don't have a bills payment platform. We can partner together because I have a ton of customers who are on my platform who need to pay bills. So you can come together and find a workable arrangement. You go out to seek the partnership if you want to scale and you also want to continue to build your business. It's important that you find the right partnerships that will get you to that point. So that's just an example. And there are lots of players in the market offering different things. There are super agents. If you take a look at the entire tech ecosystem, there are super agents, there are those who are mobile money operators, there are switches, the processors. So you just need to find the right partners that will get you to your destination.
Okay, thank you for the response. So I guess the takeaway from that is the power of collaboration and the impact it can have on business. So my next question is actually talking about the common path between Nigerian and African unicorns is that they're squarely aimed at the financial technology space. Is there a path to unicorn status beyond fintech? So we focus a lot about fintech, but what are your thoughts on this?
It's a very tricky question, But the thing is, I believe there is a path, but it's also, it's all a community. Like I said initially, the biggest challenge facing Africa is access to financial services. So whatever solution you provide, payment has to be a core part of that particular solution, today to be able to address the specific challenge in that sector or segment. So even if you talk about education or insurance or any other agriculture, access to finance is going to be a major obstacle. So you need to find the right the right structure and the right arrangement to be able to, make the kind of impact or achieve, the kind of status you intend to, So that's what I'm trying to get at. And I don't know if people understand me very clearly, So in Africa, the opportunities are there, but I still think for a while, payment is going to be, a lot of it is going to still be fintech, because access to financial services is the biggest problem facing Africa. A lot of people are financially excluded. Yeah.
Okay, so the takeaway from this is financial inclusion is just the center of all sectors. So even if you're working in the agri space, insurtech space, you need to make sure that your financial services or payment systems are adequate. So I guess we've talked about the making of more unicorns. I'd like to focus a bit about OPay and its journey. So can you basically explain how OPay came about and how it built its foundation in Nigeria? Given that it's an international fintech company that is part of the Oprah Group company. So
yeah. Okay, well, so in 2017, Oprah, through a special purpose vehicle, OPay, wanted to get into the market. So the route to market was something that they were trying to determine, and at the same time, a company which I was responsible for incubating in a technology group called Telnet at the time was also looking for an investor. The name of that company is Paycom, and when Oprah took a look at the market, they felt that the best route into the market was to invest in Paycom. And that's where the OPay brand came to be. And OPay was launched in Nigeria in 2018, August 2018. So that was the route to market. And in entering the market, there was specific focus, to figure out the best path to scale and do that pretty quickly, like I said, from the very beginning. So we had the mandate and the responsibility to make that happen. And what we did was just, after trying several things, decided that agent banking was going to be the right path to scale pretty quickly and bang. Today, we gained momentum pretty quickly, and right now, I mean, in terms of volume, we're processing over $3 billion a month in transactions, and we have millions and millions of customers already on the platform. And so it was important that we quickly identified and figured out the path to attaining the scale that we needed, which was the mandate that we had.
Okay, thank you. So I noticed you spoke about agent banking, which is a big focus of OPay's business now, but I know that when OPay first entered the market, they had plans to become a super app. So if you could just tell us a bit more about what formed this pivot, how did you arrive here? Yes.
Okay. When we entered the market, when OPay was launched, OPay was focused mainly on payments and facilitating payments, and that was the primary business. In focusing on the super app, we wanted to provide a use case that would resonate with the average man on the street, because that's our core market. Making sure that we onboarded them, and that's where we decided to launch the super app, and then also launch the O-Ride product. But a few months after, I think in early 2020, the Lagos State banned the ride-hailing business, and then also the pandemic hit, so the economics didn't make any more sense. So we decided to double down on our payment business as had been from the very beginning. But so the super app was more for the general mass market, which was very important to, providing a use case that resonated with the mass market, and that took us pretty far, because our volumes in terms of transactions actually increased. So I don't know if that answers the question. Yeah.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Mr. Akwan, for your insights. Unfortunately, this is the end. We have no more time, but do we have enough time for questions? One question? Does anyone have any questions from the audience for Mr. Akpan or online? Okay, so if there are no further questions at the end, it's been a pleasure speaking with you, Mr. Akpan. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Kemi.
Thank you.
All right, my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, a round of applause for her. Kemi, Dr. Bremer and Dr. Vincent, who's coming now. I want you, three of you should please go this way for a photo. Yeah, photo ops. Yeah, thank you, Akpan. Inspirational story. Yeah, we know about the journey and how far OPE has come. Congrats to you and your team for what you have built. Okay, remember, you're still at the World Fintech Festival. This is being held globally, and this Nigerian event is being held in partnership with the Singapore Fintech Festival and the Fintech Association of Nigeria. So welcome again. Remember, the hashtag to use is hashtag WFF 2021, and it is brought to you by Access Bank and AFF, which is the Africa Fintech Foundry. So once again, welcome. Our next speaker will be speaking on the Nigerian digital architecture, and that would be by Kashifu Inua, Director General of NITDA, ably represented by my Oga, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, Director of E-Government at NITDA. Please join me and welcome Dr. Vincent for his speech. Please, a round of applause for him.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really excited to be in your midst this morning to represent my DG, Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, who would have loved to be here personally to deliver this paper, but he's currently out of the country. He's in France with Mr. President. He actually wanted to join from there, but they are really busy there. So he directed me to come in this morning to represent him, because the organizers really wanted him to be here, physically, not even virtually, but when it became very difficult, when he knew that he had to travel, he said, okay, maybe we could do it virtually. Again, it was difficult there, so he said I should come and represent him. So we're really glad to be here this morning. What we are going to be talking about, how much time do I have? 10. And I prepared for 40 minutes. Anyway, I'll just run through what we have here. So what I'll be talking about this morning is about Nigeria digital architecture and the journey so far. We're all aware that NITDA is the government body in charge of regulating IT in Nigeria, and the Prasta is under Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. And even before the designation of the ministry as Minister of Digital Economy, NITDA had done a lot in the area of implementing national IT policy, national government master plan, and so many other activities. But let me just run through the slides. Can we move, please? Who's controlling it? Okay. Keep moving, keep moving. Just like the summary of the outline of the presentation. Keep moving. Yeah, for any country to actually move into digital age and be digitally transformed, there's some basic things we need to really consider, which is the general practice globally. We look at direction. Where are you headed as a country in line with global best practice and what is happening mostly in the developed countries? Look at your foundational capabilities. What do you really have? What are your targets. What are your priority areas? Is it in the area of education, human capital, agri, or whatever? This is where you really need to target your ICT journey towards. They look at strategic initiatives that you can really put in place to ensure that you're on track. You talk of innovations that will lead to transformation. Next, please. Sorry, since I have 10 minutes, maybe I'll just leave this thing, I just speak. I think it's best for us. As I said before that NIDA was established in 2001 to implement national IT policy under the Ministry of Communications then. With the coming of this current government, in 2019 precisely, the ministry was designated as Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. When we started, our focus was to implement a national IT policy for the country, looking at sectoral application of ICT, agri, education, health, judiciary, legislation, all sectors of the economy. And what we were doing mainly then was to create awareness and encourage all these sectors to effectively deploy ICT to achieve their mandates. Then we came up with the National E-Government Master Plan, which we developed in collaboration with COICA, that is Korea International Agency for International Cooperation. Also, that was also built on the IT policy to ensure that we firstly deploy ICT. More importantly, what they had already done in Korea to effectively deploy ICT for their sustainable development. We worked with them for almost 5 years to develop that plan. And when this current government came, and that's kind of set a new perspective for digitalizing our economy in Nigeria, for moving towards the national digital economy for the country. And what we did was to develop a national digital economy policy and strategy for the country with 8 major pillars, which are in line with global best practice, which as developed by the World Bank. Now we look at different areas that we need to use IT to drive to ensure digital economy in Nigeria. The last session, they talked a lot about regulation, which is really key. And that's why most people in the startup ecosystem, they don't want to see regulators. But what we are looking at here is developmental regulation. How can you regulate at the same time develop the digital economy, which I'm talking about? The global digital economy currently is worth over $11.5 trillion. And looking at population, the APAN mentioned that we have potential as a country. How do we really have this potential to benefit from the global digital economy? If you don't properly regulate, you see all kinds of things, dunks everywhere that will not make any impact. I'll tell you, there are several times that will call for maybe challenge or whatever, just to look at talent that are available in the country. You may have up to 1,000 applications. By the time you really look through them thoroughly, you may get up to 50 that are really viable. By the time you call them, you interview them, you engage with them, you may not get up to 10 that are really good. So if you don't really regulate, you can't get the best out of the country. Now you want to take people out of this country to meet with other global brands, other global startup organizations. If you don't have the best, you don't take the best that you have out of the country, you will be able to achieve anything, and you cannot benefit from the global digital economy. And that's why the first thing under Anthem, which is the Nigerian Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, is developmental regulations. Can we move quickly, please? Let me just. Move on. Well, just go to Anthem. Keep moving to the pillars of national digital economy. That was the launch by Mr. President. That was in 2019. Good. These are the pillars of NDEPs. I mentioned developmental regulations. The digital literacy, which is really key. No matter what you want to do, you do have the required man capital to drive your processes, to drive your technology, to drive your infrastructure. You'll be able to achieve anything. And that's why it's really important to develop the requisite skills that will be globally competitive to compete at that global level for us to be able to benefit from the global economy. We talk of solid infrastructure, service infrastructure, digital service development and promotion, soft infrastructure, digital society and emerging technologies, digital content development and adoption. What we are trying to really achieve with these pillars, we are trying to look at what we can do in these specific areas to stimulate growth that will lead to a viable and sustainable digital economy for the country. Now, when you have this as the architecture, as the way forward for you as a country, what do you need to put in place to be able to achieve it? Now we have a lot of institutions that are under the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. We have NIDA, we have NCC, we have NIPOST, we have Galaxy Backbone, we have Niger Consult in charge of our satellite. We also have NIMSI, that's the agency in charge of our identity management. These are institutions that have been set up by federal government to ensure proper implementation of whatever plans, whatever policies that we have to ensure digital economy for the country. And all these parastatals, all these agencies have roles to play in implementing this. And we are not saying that government alone should implement. The major function for us is to use all these plans, policies to create the enabling environment for private sector organizations, startup companies, innovators to come in and make their impact. So all of us, government, private sector organizations, advocacy groups, startups will be able to come together to implement this and make digital economy work in Nigeria. Next, please. Next. Now, during the swearing of ministers in 2019, they were given specific mandates to achieve, and they were given timelines to achieve this mandate. What we have done, we tried to map this mandate with all the pillars that we have in NDEPS. And here, for instance, if you look at the area of development and regulation, we are looking at something like broadband connectivity, 4G deployment, digital economy strategy itself, which is like a policy to drive whatever I want to achieve in the sector. Then look at digital literacy, talking about skills and stuff like that. Can we move to the next one? Keep moving, please. Yeah, this is just like the foundation for whatever I want to achieve in terms of policies, in terms of developing human capital, in terms of the processes that you want to put in place to be able to achieve it. And these are all initiatives that were put in place to be able to achieve that. For instance, we have what we call Anchor, which is National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, which is in Abuja, where we kind of mentor innovators who have ideas, who have potentials that we can develop and mentor, and take from the ideas, we can now get solutions that will address specific problems in the country. We have digital identity because there's no way you can really practice or have a digital economy without proper identity. And that's why we need to commend NIMSI with what they've been doing so far. Now, in terms of registration, they have about 66 million that they've done, which that was from about 36 million since when they started. And with this, the launch of this policy, we are doing about 66 million currently. Next slide, please. Now, for us in NIDA, what we have done, we now have our own strategic roadmap, which is directly in line with what we have in NDEPS. We now pick out specific activities, specific initiatives that we need to put in place to be able to achieve, to contribute towards achieving the aims and objectives of NDEPS in Nigeria. Next slide, please. Developmental regulations. Now, under developmental regulation, we've just picked two major items that we have achieved, which is really critical to us in NIDA and in Nigeria as a country. Looking at the issue of data protection, we know that when you have a digital economy, the most important thing that you talk about there is data. Without data, you can't have any information. Without information, you can't really make any part of it. Make decisions. You can't even plan. You can't have policies that we put in place. Now we came up with NDPR because even without regulations, most countries, most organizations will not be willing to do business with you. If they come to you to do business, there is no framework, no guideline, no policy, no regulation protecting their own investment in your country. And for confidence, for trust, for protection of privacy of citizens in Nigeria, we come up with NDPR, which was launched in January 2019. And between when we said for ease of doing business, cross-border data flow, creation of jobs, international recognition, and so on. Between when we launched NDPR and now, we have created an ecosystem, an economy that is worth over $5 billion, 5 billion naira. We have also created an economy that has employed over 3,000 people in Nigeria through data protection officers, job roles, data protection compliance organizations, and we are now, the country is now a member of so many data protection organizations across the globe. Now, looking at the issue of IT projects, we're all aware that the failure of IT projects across the globe is really high. And one thing that has led to this is the fact that maybe in terms of planning or whatever, and we have put in place this IT project clearance policy that all MDs of government embarking on non-IT projects must come to NIDA to clear them to ensure value for money, global best practice, corrupt corruption, and avoid undue duplication. Through this project, we'll be able to save government over 30 billion naira. Can we go to the next one quickly, please? Next. Keep moving. All these are initiatives under NIDA staff. Keep moving, please. Cybersecurity, which is really key. No matter what you're doing online, if you are not secured, we are just defending ourselves. So the issue of cybersecurity is a major pillar there, and we have put a lot of things in place to ensure that we secure our presence in cyberspace. Next one. Keep moving, please. The national broadband policy, which is really key. We have some states that are charging as low as 145 naira per linear meter at against 145,000 naira before. That the e-commerce, okay, keep moving. Now, with all this that we have put in place, we need to look at the impact, what impact have really made. Now, the contribution of this sector to our GDP as at second quarter of 2021 was 17.90%, which has made the sector the largest contributor to our GDP as a country. And this is due to the kind of the plans and policies that we have put in place as a ministry under this government. Then we need to have a shared vision. Then partnership is really key, because without really working together, we won't be able to achieve anything. And that is one of the reasons why we are here today, to be part of this wonderful audience. And we believe with all of us working together, we can achieve that desired digital economy for the country and make our desired impact. Thank you very much. Sorry, I really have to rush over everything. And we have 40 minutes to do that within 10 minutes. It's not really, so I'm really sorry about it. Thank you.
Round of applause for Dr. Vincent Latunji. When you're a PhD holder, this is what happens. Wow, the slide looks like a thesis, PhD thesis. All right, any questions for Nita, Dr. Vincent? Any questions? Online? Is there a question online? Do you have a question? All right, so Dr. Vincent, this is for you.
Good morning, Dr. Vincent, Director with NIDA. Commend you and NIDA for what you're doing in driving Nigeria's IT policy and, of course, data protection. I know that, I think it was in August that ProShare published that you sanctioned Soko loan for privacy invasion. The data protection work you've been doing is remarkable. And I don't know if you're leveraging effectively the regulators forum, where Fintech Nigeria has other regulators, to find a way we can really address this challenge, because there've been a lot of complaints that some fintechs that are giving loans to young millennials and all that, they have a way of invading their privacy for recovery. And I believe that if we can really address that, it will go a long way to help drive the inclusion. So how are you engaging other regulators to the regulators forum to see how we can address this? That sanctioning of Soko was a major step, because privacy invasion, it wasn't so good. Thank you.
Okay, any other question?
Okay, thank you. My name is Romanus Eke. Thank you, Vincent, for a wonderful presentation. Please, I would want to find out what NIDA is doing when it comes to empowering young Nigerians who have tech background, but they are limited in terms of empowerment. So I know NIDA has got tech incubation hubs, but do we have a program that seeks to get these young Nigerians to those hubs and have them trained in special skills?
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much for the questions on the NDPR sanctions. About this time yesterday, we were with the DG of FCCP, that's the Federal Consumer Protection Commission, the head of ICPC, and some representative of CBN. Because we discovered that what is happening in Nigeria with these lending companies, that they've identified a vulnerable group, the low income earners, that 10, 20, 30,000 will really mean a lot to. I can't imagine going for a loan of 50,000, try to get it from any bank or whatever now. But there are some people that when you give them 10 million and 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, it's a lot of money to them. And what they have done was to use a kind of app that will have access to the contacts of these people they are giving money to. So if you default, maybe for only 1 month or 2 months, they start sending messages to your contacts. They'll say, oh, okay, this fellow is this, is that, and whatever. And that alone is enough for us to prosecute them. And that was why we went after Asokolo. But it's kind of most of these lending companies are not owned by Nigerians. You just have 1 or 2 few Nigerians working under them. So when you really go out for them, you don't see the people behind this thing. When we started so-called loan, the first address they gave, we went there, nobody. But good enough, we have a team from the office of the IGDP, that's the Inspector General of Police, that are working with us in enforcing NDPR. They've launched their investigations. Eventually, we got to know their office, somewhere around Lekki here. And that was why we're able to, they sent some consultants to negotiate, but we told them, we are here for the interest of Nigerians. We'll be able to negotiate anything, go and pay your fine. And what we did at the meeting of yesterday was for major regulators in the area of tech, in the area of the financial sector, money laundering, financial crimes, to come together to look at, okay, these people are just exploiting Nigerians, vulnerable Nigerians. What do we need to do? How do we address major problem? And within the next 1 or 2 weeks, you'll be hearing from us. It's a collaborative effort now, not only from NIDA, but on our own part at NIDA, we already planned a town hall meeting with all these lenders. And because on daily basis we receive complaints. In fact, within the last 3 months, we've received over 100 complaints and we have tended to over 40. And the same thing goes for all these organizations from the experience they shared with us yesterday. So we are coming together to address this frontally. And very soon we'll hear from us. And it wasn't only so-called that we sanctioned. We sanctioned the payment platform, we sanctioned even the state government, and they paid and they complied. But one good thing about this is that the awareness is increasing by the day. People are beginning to know about the need for privacy, protection of privacy. That if you don't do that, there are laws to guide or to penalize you or whatever. And with that, I'm sure we'll be able to make desired impact. Now, on what we are doing to encourage innovators, like I said when I was rushing through the presentation, that we have a program to identify people with ideas, take ideas to solutions that will address specific problems. Last month, despite all the flight problems, we are still agitators. I'm sure you're aware, there was a time you were with us. We took 9 startups to do what? But we will take them through a very rigorous process of selection. We'll mentor them, we'll coach them, we'll train them, and we'll take them out, possibly to meet with people they can partner with. And there are some of them that even fund. For instance, during COVID, we launched a challenge. And eventually we came up with 3 that we supported, and we're still supporting them now. So we had that special program to support startups that have ideas, that want to provide solutions to specific problems. You don't just have ideas that will address, that will have nothing new. What's new, what we are bringing on board? And we have 2 major offices, subsidiaries of NIDA, NCI, the Nigerian Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, and Nigerian Office for Local Content Development. These offices will have been set up to mentor those who have ideas, to mentor innovators, and to advise them, and at times even fund their products or the solutions until they become solutions that they can deploy. So we have that program in place, and if anybody has anything that you think you want to really push forward. We're available, and I'm here. I'm happy to discuss with you here and link you up with the appropriate officers in the office in Abuja. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vincent. Please, a round of applause for him. One message we want you to take back is that NITDA needs to do more. So please take that back to our friend, the DG Kashifu Inua. All right. We jump to the panel session now. And that's a panel session. It's what you call the high-tech panel session, and you have a lineup of, high-tech ladies and gentlemen to handle this panel session. All right, so I'll start by welcoming the moderator of this session, Manager, Enterprise Technology and Performance, Deloitte, Romanus Eke. Please, a round of applause for him. All right, my friend and brother, Nkem Weke, Innovation Lead, Microsoft Engineering. Join us. A round of applause for him as well. Nkem is always looking for the next innovation to support. All right, Timbo Drayson, CEO and co-founder, Oki. Can you hear me online?
I can hear you great. It's actually okay, hi.
Oh, well, okay. All right, thanks for the correction. All right, Toju Duke, AI Program Manager, Google. Can you hear me, Toju?
Hi, yes, I can.
All right, Abdulrahman Faye, Chief Data Officer, Access Bank. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Do you hear me as well?
Loud and clear. Michael Natstush, Chief Science Officer, Prudential PLC. Did I get it correctly?
Perfect.
All right, awesome, Michael. All right, I'll hand you all over to Romanus. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Thank you for joining what promises to be an enlightening panel discussion. I'm Romanus Ifani, Eke. I happen to be a success-driven manager with Deloitte. So I help Deloitte drive their cloud and infrastructure business. So we help customers shape their digital transformation strategies so that they can realize business value very quickly. So today, I've got a fantastic panel. And with me is Tuju Duke. She happens to be AI program manager at Google. And I've also got other panelists as they've also been introduced. So I wouldn't really waste much time. So we'll be diving straight into the questions. But before I do that, I know most of them, they have been really, working in a lot of initiatives, trying to build different solutions that solve significant problems. So I will first of all start with Toju. Could you please maybe perhaps give 2 to 3 minutes overview of what you've been doing at Google or what other things you've been doing trying to innovate?
Cool, thank you. And hi, everyone. So I'm based in Dublin, in Ireland. I've worked for Google for about 8 years. And before Google, I was working for not-for-profit organizations in marketing. During my time in Google, I've worked as a product lead, driving some of the Google's online advertising solutions called Travel, one of the travel products. On the flip side of it, I went into AI a couple of years ago. I'm currently working as a responsible AI program manager at Google. And basically what responsible AI means is just driving some responsible AI frameworks across AI, making sure that the AI systems that are being built today do not drive any further harm to individuals or people in society. Outside Google, quite busy as well. I'm a manager in Women in AI in Ireland. And what we're trying to do is just drive some further gender diversity in AI in the world of tech and AI. I was recently leading Black and Brilliant Solutions, which was a group that started recently. I was leading that on AI. I'm a business advisor, a mentor, and I'm currently leading a group on social media, a women's group for women's empowerment.
Yeah,
That's it from me.
Yeah, thank you so much. Quite a lot of activities you've got, and I can see you are driving a lot of initiatives. So to you, Timbo, could you please tell us what you've been doing and what maybe your role currently is?
Great. So hi, everyone, and thanks for having me. I'm Timbo Drayson, one of the co-founders and CEO of OK Hi. Previously, I was a product manager at Google, where I was there for 7 years working on a few different products and services. And I actually took a product called Chromecast from idea to launch. I'm normally based in between Kenya and Nigeria, which are the key markets where my business, OK Hi, operates. So our mission at OK Hi is to enable the 4 billion people in the world who don't have a physical address to be included. What we see is that over half the world don't have an address, which costs the world's economy over $200 billion a year. And so we've created a digital addressing solution that were just, and actually just launched in Nigeria a couple of weeks ago. And traditionally, we sort of, over the last 5 years, built our products using, I suppose, basic technical algorithms, etc. And we are now, having invested a lot over the last couple of years, launching our AI-powered address verification service. And I ultimately believe that this is something that can unlock a huge amount of economic power across Nigeria, Africa, and all the emerging markets in the world.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that insight. I see you already leveraging AI in building smart addressing solution, and you're already making investment in that regard. That's very awesome. So, Nkenweke, could you please give us a bit of background of what you've been doing and what your current role at Africa Development Center is?
Okay, thank you very much, Romanus. So I lead innovations for the Microsoft engineering team, which is also called the Africa Development Center. We like to call ourselves a startup. We're 2 years old. It's an initiative that came into the continent because we saw that there are opportunities to begin to raise engineers that will do the same level of work that other people globally are doing as well. And we want to be able to take advantage of technologies like AI, mixed reality, robotics, to begin to build solutions that will talk to areas of health, energy, fintech, which, if you agree with me, are pivotal to the growth of our region in Africa. What's also important to us at the ADC is partnering with government, and I'm happy we have representatives of government here. We also want to partner with people in academia. We also want to partner with incubators and the huge tech ecosystem within our region. So as leading innovations for the engineering team, part of the remit of my role basically is to look out for the next best product that Microsoft is going to build. And that basically has to do with lots of engagement, lots of evangelism, lots of orchestration to basically, find out, which we would pick and how. So the 3 pillars of what we do basically for the ADC for us is scaling, secondly is innovation, and thirdly is partnerships. And, working, with associations and groups like this, we hope that very soon we should be coming out with something that has been ideated or discovered locally here, but importantly as well, we want it to, be global. So anything that is built here definitely should be used by somebody in Kathmandu or somebody in Belarus or so. That's the story we want to tell from the Africa Development Center. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Because when you said you want to build a local solution that can be exported, I felt overjoyed. And I believe we can achieve that. So that's a very wonderful, should I call it, goal that I believe we'll be able to really achieve. So I would also want to have Dr. Abraman Faye also give us more insight into what he's been doing at Access Bank.
Okay, thank you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks for this opportunity giving me here to share with you my background. I just joined Access Bank about 1 year back as a new chief data officer of the group, covering end-to-end data and analytics initiatives and teams here, from data governance to AI and machine learning to CRM, data engineering, and visualization. So we have a lot of initiatives here to help really drive the company and move it to become a data-driven company. And before that, I'm coming from Switzerland, where I was covering for another bank as the executive director for data management and artificial intelligence. And prior to that, I was coming also from Microsoft and SAP, seeing here some of my friends, colleagues, and competitors, where I was heading for EMEA, all the data and AI practice, and in Canada as well. So recently, happy to join Nigeria to try to have the first experience in Africa, trying to see how we can leverage all those great things that we've achieved already for other European and North American countries.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks. The last one on the list is Michael Onatosh. Could you please give us a bit of your background?
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me on. And I apologize, I can't be with you in person. I'm actually very jealous that I can't be there. Nevertheless, I'll be with you in spirit. So my name is Michael. I'm the Chief Science Officer at Prudential. We're a large global insurance company. We focus primarily on life and health insurance. We are very strong in Asia. We're pretty much #1 in Asia. And we are present in 8 countries in Africa as well. The main part of my job is to be responsible for the deployment of machine learning and AI across all our business, both the traditional insurance business, as well as the new customer-facing app that we've launched about 18 months or so ago, called Pulse. And that's available now, I believe, in 15 markets, had about 30 million downloads in the course of the last year, and is there to be really our presence in our customers' hands to help our customers live healthier and longer lives. So that's that gives AI also a special purpose. AI in this case is there to help understand who the user really is and help them in as personalized a manner as possible to that goal of living a longer and healthier life. I think that's all from me for a brief introduction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think at this stage, we can see that we have the right panelists. So now we'll be looking at how can we make emerging technologies to become as ordinary as our mobile telephones. So I'll be going straight forward to ask Tuju, could you please tell us the current state of adoption of all these emerging technologies like AI and cloud within Africa? What's the current adoption rate?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'll just give a very small disclaimer. I'm talking like an outsider because I'm not currently based in Africa, but from my observations on the other side of the pond, it's quite low. But overall, I'll start off with a history of like AI adoption and a little bit on cloud and where we are at now. So AI, the term AI was coined in 1956, many years ago, and it's gone through a lot of hoops and troughs. Right now, AI is a fast emerging technology. We've had AI winters where people really believed in AI and came up with so many predictions that did not happen and investment was pulled out. Right now, we're not going through an AI winter. So across the world, AI adoption is increasing, and research actually shows that by 2030, AI should contribute about 15.7 trillion to the GDP globally. So there's a lot of potential in AI across the different countries in the West. We have between US, Australia, UK, and China leading on AI technology. So right now we're still trying to convince small, medium enterprises and companies that AI is important, for example. I'll hone in on AI because I'm more of an AI expert than cloud. Now, drilling down to Africa, we know it's one of the developing continents in the world, and I know sometimes we don't like to hear that, but it's true. And even when it comes to digital, we're behind in digital. AI, like I just mentioned, is an emerging technology, but it's quickly getting adopted. Africa is lagging behind, and we know that. That said, we have a few companies like, fintech, in the fintech industry. We have Paystack that was recently launched. I believe they're using AI technologies for their offerings. We also have in agriculture, in the industry, we have a company called My Intelligent Machines, led by Abdoulaye Diallo, and he's using machine learning and AI to predict his livestock needs, and with the aim to help livestock in general. There are lots of ideas, speaking with people, part of my mentoring, you speak with young people who are interested in machine learning and AI. They don't know how to get in, but they do believe that it could help with agriculture, it could help with fintech. For healthcare, it's key. And I know Michael mentioned a little bit on healthcare, but AI is key for healthcare, especially in Nigeria and in Africa, where we lose a lot of lives. People just die unnecessarily. It's not like the education is not there. It's not like we don't have fully trained doctors or people in the healthcare sector. But if we use AI, it could help with the triage process. It could help with processing, going through your patients. It could help with drug discovery. When we think about AI and data, Black people and people in Africa, they're really behind in the data. And, sometimes you come out crying, Black people are not being prioritized in the hospitals over here, or they misdiagnosed me. I had skin cancer, but it told me something else. And part of it is because we're behind, so we're not in the forefront providing this data to organizations that are driving in these different industries and in these different areas.
Thank you so much. I can see that AI has got a lot of applications. So that brings me right to the next question. Timbo, so what are the practical applications of AI, and what impact can it have on African economy, for example?
That's a great and very big question. Just before answering that, I just want to add around kind of where we're at today on AI. And there's an interesting anecdote. Right now, we are really at the infancy of where AI and the impact that it has on the world is today. When I was at Google, I remember in 2010, so just over 10 years ago, Eric Schmidt, CEO at the time, stood up and said that there would be a time very soon when the whole company would be developing for mobile-first applications. And that seemed completely crazy at the time, because the whole company was building applications for the desktop. Mobile was really just a small numbers in everyone's kind of data charts. And and everyone actually thought it was kind of crazy thing to say. Now, of course, 10 years later, that seems ridiculous. And we all live in this mobile-first world. And by default, everyone kind of builds applications for the mobile first. And I think it's interesting that just a few years ago, Sundar Pichai, the current CEO of Google, stood up and said, AI will and needs to be first, and switch the whole company to really focus on that in the same way Eric Schmidt did on mobile. And I think what we are starting to see, and it's great that this conversation is happening, but I don't think any of us really realize quite how quickly everything is accelerating. Now, I just want to give a bit of a background, because there are really three components to artificial intelligence that make artificial intelligence work. The first is data, and it needs to have essentially data to be able to build on. The second is essentially sort of the algorithms and processing of that data. And then the third is the computational power to manage that processing of the data. Now, each one of those is growing at an exponential rate. And interestingly, each one of those is actually being driven by AI itself. So for example, AI is creating more data to be able to power itself. AI is creating the algorithms that are much better than any human being could create. And AI is now actually creating computer chips and processing power that was much better than humans could create. So we're now in this cycle, and we're really just at this very, very start of what I think is going to be an extremely steep curve, and very, very quickly, in the matter of years, single-digit years, by default, everything is going to be powered by AI. And I think what we see today is it's touching a few elements of our lives, and it's great that we've got, whether it's Access Bank or Prudential, or even what we're doing at OK High, there are parts of people's lives that probably be just being touched by AI. And I think very quickly, and if we just project another 10 years and we'll look back at this, everything will be, in terms of our lives, will be powered by AI. And that obviously has a lot of risks and can also become quite a scary conversation, but it's also a huge amount of opportunity. And so to answer your question around, what is the potential and what is the impact and where can it have? I mean, it's not really a question of where. It will be everywhere, and it will touch all aspects of our lives. And I think what is a huge opportunity in Africa, one of my co-founders, who's Kenyan, has a great saying that he says is like, being in Africa, we're blessed to have all these problems. And that's like a true entrepreneur speaking. And there is nothing more powerful than being able to leverage AI to solve the problems that exist in the world today, not least in Africa. And I think what we're seeing is obviously a huge investment in AI in some of the more, I suppose, developed and especially from a technology perspective, countries. And I think what we have to make sure we do in Africa is make sure that we're applying the technology to solve the local problems that exist that perhaps the rest of the world aren't necessarily working on. So those are my thoughts around, I suppose, AI, how fast it's moving, and the impact that it will have on our everyday lives and economy.
Okay, thanks for that. And that's, given that AI has a lot of potential and would always create real value for Africa. And Kim, I would want to find out, from innovation perspective, what opportunities exist that African economy or Nigeria, for example, can leverage all these emerging technologies like AI, quantum, and cloud computing to make the economy thrive?
So I think I'd give a winding answer, if I should use that word. I'd like to always share my perspective of what innovation is. I kind of think it's a word that has been, it's more like a fad in town, and everybody uses innovation hub, innovation this, innovation solution. And it doesn't take anything away from it, but I'd like to, in my own way, say I look at innovation as something that is new. I look at innovation as something that is done or has been implemented. And I look at innovation as something that has value. When you put those three together and you look at the startup ecosystem also, I kind of feel, and always comfortable being the black sheep. I kind of feel that lots of the things that we see within our environment is more like a copy of something that probably exists in the Western world. And again, it doesn't take away the hard work the young men and women who have this, startups have done. Obviously, we see the money they have raised, we see valuations, unicorns and the rest, which is very good. And if you merge it side by side, today we live in what we call the fourth industrial revolution. We talk about digitization and the rest. I hardly see people who find out or who ask where were we as Africa between Industrial Revolution 1 and Revolution 3. Now we've jumped into 4. And we tout this lovely word we call leapfrogging, because interestingly, we have ubiquity of hardware where obviously, like somebody mentioned, the mobile phone, a young person would buy a mobile phone before he buys a laptop. A young person will probably buy 2 mobile phones before he buys a tablet. And you can practically do almost everything on your mobile phone, which is lovely and talks to cloud computing, like you mentioned. Again, the penetration of internet is coming. It's not the best, but it's there. But the thing is, how do you leapfrog into quantum computing? You can't leapfrog your way into everything. Quantum computing came from the likes of physics, right? AI and robotics came, from computer science and statistics and the rest. And yes, it's possible to innovate, but we need to look at it in the context of, where we are as a region. And we need to begin to ask those centric questions to say, where do we want to be? How do we want to get addressed? So I think it's very possible for us to innovate, but we need to also look at the foundational part of things. If we have, for example, kids who are getting into primary schools or early years and they're not being taught from a STEM point of view, then that is very, very bad, because the best we can do is basically copy. So we need to look at it that way. We need to continue having more discussions like this, because as we discuss, we ideate, we look at challenges, and we come up with possible solutions that we can call innovative. We have the raw talent and skill as a people, as Africa, and that's why you see on some platforms you see a young person who has probably built something that looks like a car and is very ingenious, right? But that person has not considered what happens if a blind person is going to use this thing. You don't think about that. What happens if I run this car at 100 kilometers per hour? You'd probably be dead also, right? And these things talk to the steps to which you look at a problem or probably want to address a solution. So it's important that while we look at the promise or the possibility of innovation, we need to also think about research and development. We're not a people who do research and development. For everybody in this room, think about your primary school days, secondary school, university. How much research do you do, even as a country as well, right? So while we're also raising money for startups, I think we should start also raising money for people in the R&D to look at what is, centric to us as a country or as a people, and begin to push it out to see how we can provide solutions. But innovation is always possible, but we need to take methodical steps to get there.
Okay, so since you say we need to at least take things one step at a time, so are there concerns you have around all these emerging technologies?
Well, I have concerns in that if you look at the field of AI, it's more like when they say money takes the character, the behavior of whoever it's in his hand, right? And even as Microsoft, we have programs where you talk about AI for good and hack for good also. These are all good technologies, but it depends on who basically handles it. And that's why we need to build for our future, build for where we are and where we want to go to. These technologies are good. If you look at quantum computing in the area of fintech, for example, it's going to revolutionize things like blockchain and cryptocurrency. So we need to look into it on how to make it better, or how to probably even tailor it to our own environment. So for me, it's more of the good than the bad, but I'm more eager to see how we will walk our steps again, like I said, methodically, as Africa or as Nigeria, into what we want our future to be. Looking at these emerging technologies that is changing the world as we see it today.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. So I will come to you, Dr. Faye. Based on what Kim has highlighted, what are other use cases that you see that we can leverage as a people and see how we can build a digital economy for Africa?
Okay, thanks for the question. But I think before talking about use cases, there are two main questions, in my opinion, that needs to be addressed from an economy perspective. The first one is, as a company, how can I grow my business and increase my market share and revenues? The second one is, what are the challenges I'm facing and how can I address those challenges? Now, depending on the industry, the type of organization or company we are considering here, the response to those questions may be quite different, but those responses are what will drive the identification of compelling and valuable use cases for your business or activity. If you take, for example, of retail banking industry, where I'm coming from today, the reasoning is the same for all other industries, of course. To grow my business, I need to have happy and loyal customers that transact more and more with me, that trust me enough to give me their deposit, that take my loans, that buy my products and services through my platforms, right? It's quite simple. Now, getting happy and loyal customers, this is one of the use cases to be addressed using AI and machine learning, like customer segmentation, customer behavior analysis, or customer churn retention, meaning here identifying who are the most likely customer who may leave me, who may go to the competition. How can I better understand my customers' interaction with me, which kind of product and service he may be more interested in? All that are translated into concrete use cases. How to make my customer transact more? Again, AI and machine learning here to help me. And typical example of use cases can be product recommendation, where we predict what are the products or services that the customer is more likely to adopt, right? Another use cases here can be customer lifetime value prediction. When I sell my product and services, what is the value, the revenue I can get, I can predict out of it. And based on that, I can segment better my customer and focus on the most highly valuable ones. All these are examples of use case. I make some loans, so I need to know who I should be targeting in my campaigns for adopting my loans. AI and machine learning, again, helps me here through, let's say, use cases like prediction of likelihood to default a loan, right? Where I can identify who is more likely to default a loan. And then I can focus on the less likely to default in my campaigns, right? Another use cases. I sell my product. One of the question here is, what is the optimal price for my product? Optimal in the sense of meet my, let's say, revenue target or sales target. Another use case is here called price optimization. So what I mean here is that during all the lifetime of your journey with your customers, the people you are interacting with, we can very easily identify some compelling use cases to better drive your activities, your business. Now, that being said, there are a couple of considerations here. Where cloud is playing a key role is some of the things we need to pay some attention. It's playing a big role in delivering those use cases in the sense that it helps store and process efficiently huge amount of data I'm dealing with, and also scaling up very quickly the infrastructure I'm using to process those use cases, to deliver those use cases. It also provides some softwares and tools natively to build those use cases and better govern my data, right? This is more or less what I can say. In terms of challenges, you need also, if you focus on any of your challenges, like, for example, how can I make sure that I reduce my cost? Here again, AI use cases can be identified very easily. So basically that's it. We have a lot of AI use cases in all over our journey with our customers and our day-to-day. The challenge is how to identify them, how to find the right solutions, the right people to implement it.
Thanks. I can see we have got so many use cases that all these emerging technologies can really fulfill. So I would want to also find out from you, I know that data is central to all this. So based on the data that Africa holds today, how can we leverage that to build the kind of future we want as Africans?
Yes, that's a great one. And I think that's really is a key question we need collectively to focus on in this kind of discussion we have. What is clear is that in today's modern business, data is a key enterprise asset, right? Required to make strategic decisions. I think there is no doubt about it. All previous presenters clearly articulated that. And this is true for all industries, in particular in the financial sector, where multiple systems, application, and so on are in place to drive our day-to-day activities. So we are producing more and more data, right? When interacting between us, when interacting with our organization, when interacting with our customers, then it's important that we properly capture and store that data, being on-premise or in the cloud, right? That we process it, we govern it. This is really key. We just heard about the Nigerian regulations, rules that are being more and more driving our data governance journey. And how also can we get inside of those data through compelling use cases like the ones I've presented before. The realization of any of the value-driven use cases is clearly based on data, without which nothing is possible, right? But also around having the right technologies platform, and more importantly, the enabled people, because everything turns around the people who are well armed to drive our journey to become a data-driven organization, right? So my last word about data and the value and positioning and it can have for Africa. Let's look at a couple of well-known market analysis related to the role of data in our digital information journey, right? PwC recently claims that highly data-driven companies are 3 times more likely to report significant improvement in decision-making. McKinsey shows clearly larger growth in EBITDA earnings for data-driven companies compared to other companies. This research also points out that companies who are data-driven are more productive. And last survey that I remember here coming from the Economist Intelligence Unit clearly showed that strong correlation between organization financial performance and the use of data. So what I mean here from those examples is data is at the heart really of all our activities. We as African, we need to be more and more aware of it and see how we can leverage it to make our business and to survive, to be to the next level.
Thank you. Michael, we'll come to you now because we also talk about emerging economy. So your own experience, how can we leverage these technologies that we've been talking about today to building a digital economy that will really emerge from what we have or what we know as emerging economy today?
Thank you for this question. And let me just say that it's such a great joy to listening to my fellow panelists speaking so far. And a lot of the things that were said so far really, truly resonate with me. I really like what Tojo said in the beginning around healthcare being so crucially dependent on AI to progress further. And I really liked Timbo's expression that we are blessed by challenges. That I think is in itself very inspiring. And the last point also by Dr. Faye about the value of data is really important. And let me try and weave those 3 themes of the importance of AI for healthcare, being blessed by challenges, and the importance of data into one anecdote from my side, where these 3 things sort of coincided and have shaped my thinking about how technology can make a big impact in the economic development of our societies. So take a simple example, and it relates back to something that Jojo said. When we look at the availability of medical doctors across the world, you have places like the UK. So I'm right now in London. I'm looking out of my window and I can see London in front of me. And in the UK, we're very lucky. We have almost 30 medical doctors per 10,000 population. In Singapore, where we're #1 life insurer, we're also very lucky. We have 24 medical doctors per 10,000 population. In our operations, my colleagues in our operations in Nigeria, though, you and my colleagues there find it much harder because it's only 3.8 medical doctors per 10,000 population. And then when we go to some of the countries where we operate, like Uganda and Zambia, you're below 1 medical doctor per 10,000 population. So what Tojo said, what about triage and all these kind of things? How can we do that? And clearly, obviously, we all know that it's this device that sits in our pockets that's so crucially important. And yes, a problem in Africa is still a lot of the population is on the feature phones, but that's a question of time. So I'm not so worried about that. What I am worried about is, though, when we try and apply AI to medical problems or medical questions. So this is where I come to my anecdote. So one of the tasks I tried to take on over the last couple of years at Prudential was, for instance, to make underwriting of insurance much easier, take out the friction for the customer to take on insurance much more easily. So one of the things that goes through your mind when you try and think about this, you try and think about, okay, what are actually the big risks that what are the risk factors that our customers come to us with that we need to look out for in underwriting? It turns out the majority of the risk comes down to just 5 factors. The #1 factor is how old you are. The second one is your gender. The third one, your BMI, sadly, because mine is high, and I'm old, so and I'm male. All those 3 things are bad. The fourth one is whether you smoke or not. I'm not going to comment on that. And then the 5th one is where you are, your location. Now it turns out that if you think about it, all those 5 factors, age, gender, BMI, smoking status, location, you can try and read off a selfie that you take on your phone. There's lots of papers published that correlate age with certain features in your face. Gender is very well established. Even BMI, smoking status is revealed by the patterns of wrinkles around your mouth. And location is very easy because that's already part of the embedded information. So we took on some of the pre-trained models that we could find, and we just did a simple prototype internally. And the simplest thing was I took my own team. We call ourselves the AI Center of Excellence at Prudential. So I took the people in my team and asked them voluntarily, of course, to take pictures and see how well that relates to the outcome that comes from the model. And it turns out that for people who kind of look like me, old sort of white guys, gray-haired old white guys, the result was pretty good. It was surprisingly accurate on all those factors. However, those team members that I have, so I have team members in Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Singapore, for instance, all their ages were underestimated. So I had people in their 30s who came up as being in their late teens or early 20s, for instance. Now that's not very good if you try and sell life insurance and the premium increases with age. But more importantly, actually, what does it mean? Why is it for my Chinese colleagues or my ethnically Chinese colleagues did the model not work? Well, it's because we used a pre-trained model, and the pre-trained model was trained by people in the US. And the Asian population in the US is sizable, but in a percentage basis, relatively small. So really, what we had to do, and we launched this as a product in Thailand, what we had to do before we launched in Thailand, we took our own training data. So we collected, again, voluntarily, 9,000 different selfie images, labeled selfie images, where people gave us various aspects of their face, and obviously their height and their weight and their age and their gender and their smoking status. So that was hard work that we had to go through. It was really tedious, but it's very rewarding because we now have a model that is actually faithful to the population in Thailand. And I think the same is true when I look at the various countries going all the way from north through sub-Saharan down to the south of Africa. You know, we all have different facial features. We all have different aspects of what we look like. And one of the key challenges is to have Africa-specific training data, you know, where we have the kind of skin types, the facial expressions, you know, the emotions, if you want, you know, the typical, what is a standard range in Nigeria might very well differ from a standard range in Egypt or in a place like Uganda. So having the locally specific training data is a really important thing. And you know, if we want to jumpstart the use of technology, advanced technology, especially things like AI, having things like that is really important. But then I also think about, for instance, you know, one of the Kenya is an interesting tech hub, not just because of M-Pesa, but also it happens to be now the location with the single largest concentration of data labelers. So those are people who are given pictures as a job, and they need to say, in this picture, I can see a table and I can see a person, and maybe I can see a car or whatever it is. It's the kind of capture type labeling that we have to give when we want to sign up on websites to certify that we're not a robot. And Kenya has made this industry its own. And that gives me a lot of hope. That gives me hope that there's an African AI industry emerging. There's a great need for African-specific training data. And once we put all these things together with the entrepreneurial spirit, and as Timbu said, you know, being blessed by challenges, applying all this data and all this spirit to the challenges that we have, I can really truly see a great future for AI in Nigeria and beyond. And I find that amazingly exciting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very insightful. So I would like to take the final comments from the panelists. Back to you, Tochu. Could you please give your final comments?
Yeah, thank you. This is really inspiring, and I just love hearing from everyone here. It's got my brain thinking more about solutions, and I'll hone in a little bit on what Michael said in terms of training data. What are the solutions that we'd like to achieve? As a continent, as a country, like we have so many experts in this room right now. We have so much talent in Nigeria and outside, for example. Why don't we hone in on these talents? Start a consortium on AI. Start having these conversations a bit more. Start thinking about the problems and the solutions that we want to achieve. Why don't we move with the social evolution? Why can't we have a minister in digital, a digital minister or a tech minister? Why do we have to stick to the same old ministers we've had since Nigeria gained its independence? How do we solve the problems in Africa using a tech slant, which we know will be one of the main solutions to the problems? And these are the questions we should start thinking about. It's not just our generation now that is at stake, right? It's the next generation and the generations after. And I'm Nigerian, and the problem that I've seen in Nigeria is the problems never go away. And you know, honing in on Timbo's friend's statement is true, and it's a typical African saying because that's the way we laugh at the problems. But could we actually take a step? Could it be this generation or in this time of the world that we actually come up with bespoke solutions for the problems in Africa using tech?
Yeah, thanks. For want of time, I would request Tumbo if you can just give 1 minute final note.
Great. I think the most important message from me is that everyone needs to think AI first today. And if they don't, then they're going to be left behind. And it doesn't matter what type of business or government area you're in, AI will drive and is driving the future. And the opportunity is to think about it today. You don't need to be Access Bank or Prudential or even OK High to be thinking about it first. Whoever you are, you should be doing that. And it's amazing that we have companies like Google and Microsoft who are investing so much in giving access to tools for everyone to be able to use. And so I think the key thing is we want to make sure that you or we as a country are not left behind, and then think AI first and start planning and investing today.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, could you please give your final comments?
Okay, so I think the history of humanity, society, and technology is exponential, and it keeps on moving very fast. And when we look at this from a lens of innovation, it's very important for us to begin, like I mentioned again, to ask where we want to be. Do we want to keep on following, or do we want to, create our own path? And as we look at innovation, we need to look out for or ask the questions of what problems are we solving, and what problems are we solving tied to technologies like AI, quantum computing, robotics, and the rest. In our being able to do that, I have no doubt that we'll come up with lots of solutions which the world is going to come and partake for us with. The last word I have, and I think somebody mentioned it here, is Africa specific. When we are looking at innovations, let's also look at what works for us. Let's also look at what works for us with the context of where we are. Invest in R&D, and things will begin to
Okay, so sorry for that interruption. I hope we're back. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, Dr. Faye, could you please give your final comments?
For me, my final comments is will be related to exactly the incident that happened just 2 minutes back, this outage. For me, it makes me think about where we as Africans need really to invest to accelerate the adoption of all these great things we talked about. Clearly, we are far from what is happening in Europe and North America, right? For me, accelerating the stability, speed, and security of our internet connectivity is one of the key focus areas we need to do. The example of this outage here reminds me that aspect of the thinking. The second one is increasing governance that are coming around all these activities we talked about need some particular attention from us as leaders, as experts in this area, to make sure that the regulations that come with us together can really help us better drive all the initiatives and use cases we want to put on the table for our companies and our society in general to go to the next level. And that's the conclusion for me, really.
Yeah, thank you. Michael, please, could you please give your final thoughts?
In 1 minute.
Nothing else to say, but amen to all of the above. I couldn't possibly add anything else. It's many true things being said. Let's make them happen.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know if there's any question for the panelists from the audience.
I'm sure you guys covered everything.
I think there's
one. There's one.
Yeah.
Well, he's a journalist, so.
Thank you. My name is Otoba Sebasekon from Web TV. My first question is to him from the ADC Microsoft. How do you see the DigiStuds initiative, and how do you hope to partner with them and support the FinTech DigiStuds initiative? And then the second question is to the OK person.
Okay, hi.
Okay, hi. Nigerian Postal Services have come out with their innovation around the digital addressing system. So is he looking at partnering with them? Because addressing in Nigeria is really a challenge, and NIPOS is looking at that. And with him looking at launching that, is there an opportunity for collaboration to leverage the business? Thank you.
Thank you. So just to answer your question, yes, the African Development Center is very open to partnership and collaboration. Like I said earlier, that is one of our pillars, because we believe that we cannot go this journey alone. So we'd want to work with different organizations that align with our values and our vision. But again, towards creating products or expanding skilling from an engineering point of view, which is the crux of who we are and what we do. So yes, we are.
And from OK High side, it's a great question. We are also definitely open to collaborating with NIPOS. The beauty of our technology is that we can enable address verification to happen at a larger scale than the current solution of having to physically send an agent to someone's house to verify an address. We did a pilot with Stanbic Bank, and we proved that we were 30% more accurate. We could do it 4 times faster and at half the cost. And what we are enabling, therefore, is the ability to verify addresses at scale. And when you have over 50 million unbanked adults in Nigeria who need to have verified addresses before they get access to financial services, we're really excited about bringing that technology and definitely scaling that through partners like NIPOS.
All right. Thank you very much to every single member of the panel: Romanus, Nkem, Timbo, Toju, Abdulrahman, Michael. Thank you all. It's a round of applause for them. Thank you. For the past 1 hour, they've shared a lot with us. So Nkem, Romanus, and Dr. Brima, please, photo session, or photo shoot, or photo ops, depending on what you're looking at. Either way, AI can solve those problems. All right. How was that session? Was it too techy? Many of you flew, right? Well, it was too high tech. If you allow techies to talk when it comes to AI and machine learning and those, they don't stop. So this panel could have lasted for 3 hours. And there's so many use cases because actually, Africa is really, really a lot of opportunities. So yes, most of these technologies would apply to helping solve some of the challenges we face every day in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. So yeah, our next speech will be by Daniel Awe, Head Africa Fintech Foundry, one of the event partners for this particular event with Access Bank. That is Daniel Awe. Is Daniel online? Not yet. Okay, so while we wait for Daniel to come online. Okay, so yeah, scaling the startup ecosystem in Nigeria. Startups have put us on the map and they continue to put us on the map. Okay, I understand that Daniel isn't here. So representing Daniel from the Africa Fintech Foundry is Timothy. Timothy, please round of applause for him. He'll be sharing on scaling the startups ecosystem in Nigeria. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. My name is Timothy. I lead thought leadership at Africa Fintech Foundry at Access Bank. I am representing Daniel Awe. He has a speaking engagement and he's unavoidably absent. Now, so I'll be sharing with us what we are doing at Africa Fintech Foundry, which is the fintech acceleration arm of Access Bank, and how we are helping startups to scale, right? So starting with the startup numbers, if you look at the global fintech ecosystem today, there are over 30 decacorns. Next slide, please. There are over 30 decacorns in the world today. So a decacorn is a startup with a valuation of $10 billion and above. Now, if you also look at the number of unicorns, we have over 830 unicorns, and about 7 of those unicorns are in Nigeria, and they operate from Africa as well. Now, if you juxtapose the 7 unicorns in Nigeria to the 290 fintechs that we have in Nigeria, that gives you a ratio of about 0.02%. Now, what that means is that the ratio of unicorns to startups in Nigeria is 0.02%. Now, and that provides credence to the study that was done by a gentleman called Alan Lee. He was the one that coined the term unicorn in 2013, and he used it to explain startups that are worth $1 billion and above, right? And he said that a startup has a 0.00006% chance of becoming a unicorn as of 2013. Now, but fast forward to 2015, other studies, were undertaken, and that number jumped to 1.28%. Now, so if you place Nigeria somewhere, you notice that Nigeria is somewhere in that number. Now, in as much as there is a good development or a good move from 0.06% to 1.28 globally, it's still a far cry from what we want to achieve as an ecosystem, as a country, right? Now, if you also look at some certain other statistics, I mean, there's some statistics that says that it will take about 7 years before you become a unicorn. But we've seen startups in Nigeria today that have broken that trend. Startups formed 3 years ago have become unicorns. Startups formed 5 years ago have become unicorns, and they'll continue to shorten, that trend. And for us at Africa Fintech Foundry and Access Bank, we sat down and said, what do we need to do to become the next unicorn? How do we need to support the startup ecosystem to become the next unicorn? And that's the major reason why AFF exists, right? Now, so if you look at some certain factors that can help us, to build the next unicorn in Nigeria, I mean, from an internal perspective at Access Bank, we have over 49 million customers across Africa. That's the bank with the largest number of customers in Africa, right? We also have presence in about 12 African countries. We also have presence in UAE, in the UK. We have rep offices in China, in India, in Lebanon. Now, so if you look at our digital asset infrastructure, I mean, we have over 11.2 million mobile banking customers, and we have over 7.7 USSD customers. Now, but the real question is, what do all these metrics mean? How can these metrics now? So we are building in Nigeria, we're supporting in Nigeria, but we also have a global outreach as well. So if you look at the external factors, you look at Nigeria's population, we believe very much that the population is something that can help us to scale. Nigeria has over 200 million people, and a bulk of that percentage is youths. So you have the right population where you can test your product, and they can give you feedback and all of that. So if you look at climes like China, where Alipay and WeChat have over 1 billion users, is because they have supported apps that they built. And I believe that we can pretty much do the same in Nigeria because we have the right population to test innovation, and to scale. Then if you look at returns on investment as well, there was a meeting that was held by Economist Intelligence Unit recently in Abuja, where they came to the conclusion that Nigeria's return on investment is 35%, which is one of the highest in the world. Now, so if you look at all of these parameters, we believe that we have what it takes, both internally and by partnering with people and other ecosystem players to create the next unicorn. The chances look slim, but I believe that if we press forward, we can actually achieve better. Now, so from an internal perspective, what do we do for startups, right? We run them through a 12-week accelerator program, right? So we do a call for startups. In the last cohort, we had over 307 applications, and we pruned it down to 10 of the best of the very best. Now, so we review each of those applications. We have experts that help us in that review process, right? We pass them through a scoring criteria along different lines, along their product, along market traction, and all of that. And once we select the startups, we induct them and get them to sign documents, the MOU, the NDA, and all of that. And we now push them into a proper acceleration program. So we look for subject matter experts that attend to these startups. So in as much as they are going into a general program where we teach them, different things around how to build a good product, around how they can penetrate their product into the market, around any legal issues that they are facing. While we run a general program, we also look at each of the startups on a case-by-case basis. Startups may have problems that are unique to them. Now, so we look at it that way, look for subject matter experts that can help them, and connect them with those people that can help them to solve the problems that they face at the time. Now, once they are done with the accelerator program, we now organize a demo day, which is a day where the startups now come and pitch to investors, right? Because the whole essence of all of this grooming and all of the sleepless nights is to ensure that you can get funding to scale your business. So we have an ecosystem of VCs and angel investors that we work with. Now, once they are done with the accelerator program, we now induct them into our post-acceleration alumni. And there's a special committee that supports them right through that journey, right? So if you're a startup here, or anyone that has a startup that has a brilliant idea and is looking for some form of acceleration, you can reach out to us. I'll share the details at the end of the presentation. Now, the next point is our ecosystem events that help our acceleration drive. Now, so the first of them is our Disrupt conference, which is our flagship conference, where we just discuss different issues around innovation, around payments. We bring together startups and investors. We do business matchmaking and all of that. Our last session held in 2019, and we had what is arguably the largest technology conference in Africa. We had 13,000 attendees, 8,000 attended on site and 5,000 attended online. Now, so the next edition will be next year. So we also organize quarterly hackathons. So hackathon basically meaning that we look at different industries and say, what problem is this particular industry facing? What's the problem in transport? What's the problem in health? What problems can people solve in financial services? And we do a call for startups to say, and we do a call for people that believe they can solve this problem. So we look for a wide range of skill sets, right? And we bring together people, put them in a team over 48 hours and get them to provide prototype solutions, to these things. We've had quite a number of hackathons and quite a number of solutions that have been implemented from the hackathon. Now, one other thing that we do is we hold a Women in Tech event, right? And that translates into our Female Digital Academy. So we know that only 29% of women in STEM actually have high roles in STEM. Now, so what we've done is that we're trying to support the women ecosystem by creating an academy for them. So we train them in AI, in data analytics. We get subject matter experts to train them over a period of time, right? And they get certificates, and we now try to help connect them to different places where they can use those skill sets that they've gained. So next is our key partners. We work with a whole lot of partners from venture capitalists on demo day. I mean, there are different startups that we push to these venture capitalists and these business angels and, you know, the likes and all of that. So we also partner with academic institutions. You know, there's a design competition. It's called PAADC. They are just going around from university to university. I mean, just trying to look at people that are trying to solve problems. I remember I was reviewing some of the applications, and I mean, I just said to myself that if university students can be doing this, it means that the ecosystem can actually do better, right? So if from school, people are already thinking about how to solve problems, and we are trying to support them in terms of reviewing the ideas, in terms of supporting them with office space, a cloud infrastructure, I mean, access to markets, you know, and all of that to help their ideas scale, then we believe that the ecosystem can also push ourselves further, you know, to solve problems that originate from Africa. Lastly, what is in it for you? So if you are a venture capitalist or a business angel and you're looking for startups to invest in, right? We already have a number of startups that we've done due diligence on, and you will be able to reach out to us, and based on your interest, I mean, we can share startups and their profiles and what they've done, their traction and all of that, and you can take your decision. Then on the other hand, if you are a startup and you're looking for acceleration, you can also speak to us, you know, as well. Then the commercial section of embassies that focus on cross-pollinating investors and startups. So from our own end, we have startups that may be looking for funding, you know, and all of that and support, right? So if there are foreign investors that are willing to support these startups, we can broker that deal. And lastly, from a thought leadership perspective, and from a subject matter perspective. So if you are a subject matter expert, maybe in product, in agile, a developer, and you would like to use your talent to assist startups to scale, you can reach out to us. Thank you very much. So the last slide shows the details, so you can pick it up from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Timothy Yusuf, team lead thought leadership at the Africa Fintech Foundry. You know, thumbs up to Access Bank and AFF, you know, because it's been a while they've been at this, and frankly, they've been at it, you know, from the days of Victor, you know, until now. So kudos to the team. Okay, remember the hashtag is hashtag WFF 2021, and we are right on time, sort of. Okay, so let me quickly call on the next panel session. This is the panel session that will focus on blockchain and the emerging economy. It will look at all different areas, use cases, and the rest. So I'd like to call on the moderator of this panel session, Yinka Edu, partner UUBO. Please, a round of applause for her. There's lunch, don't worry. Just can we yeah, yeah, please, let's encourage them. Don't worry, this is and you know, if you guys make them angry, she can decide to make it longer, make it like 3 o'clock. All right, Simon Chantry, CIO Bits. Simon, can you hear me? Ruth Iselema. I saw Ruth somewhere. Ruth Iselema. CEO Bitmama, and then Ray Yusuf, CEO Paxful. If you're online, if you can hear me, just say hello. Just say hello. Otherwise, Yinka and I will just handle this panel session now. All right, maybe we're having a bit of technical difficulties there, you know. But yeah. But while we wait for them to connect, for those online, I'll wait for them to connect. Okay. Yeah. All right. Awesome. So you have one. I mean, if you have one, enjoy with that one. So please, a round of applause. Can you hear us, Simon? Just, say hello if you can hear us.
Hello, Simon.
You're muted if you're speaking. Yeah, okay, please, a round of applause for Ruth. That's the CEO of Big Mama. You can sit there. Yeah, you can sit there. Okay, I think we're good to go now. All right, over to you, Yinka. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone. I think this might be the last session, so I hope we can keep your attention to the end. We're meant to have 4 speakers, on 4 panelists. Elizabeth Rosiello. Unfortunately, Elizabeth has lost her voice and so can't join us, which is a real loss because she has a lot to say on this subject. We have Ray Yusuf. Are you there, Ray? Okay. We have Ruth. Hi, Ruth. And I think we have Simon. Are you there, Simon? Can you hear us?
Good afternoon, Simon here. I can hear you loud and clear, yes.
Perfect, thanks. So I'm excited about this panel. I'm hoping that Ray will join us, but we'll get started. I'm excited about this panel because I think that when I talk to people, particularly people who are fintech cynics, the only thing I can get them excited about is the blockchain. That's the one thing that I think that I see common interest in. Everybody says, this is going to revolutionize everything. So we get a lot of support for that. So I'm excited for us to be talking about that here. I think also for us, we're talking about what it can do for the economy. I know a national pastime for us is looking at what it is that we have, what it is that we do better than other jurisdictions. So for example, people get excited. I hear people constantly talking about things like, you know what I can do with my bank in Nigeria, my cousin cannot do it with their bank in the UK, things like that. We get excited about those things. That's our national pastime. So I'm hoping that what the blockchain is going to mean is that we're going to, I know Nkem in his previous session had mentioned the industrial revolution and our progress. And I'm hoping that we're going to leapfrog ahead with the help of the blockchain. Sorry, just talking about Nkem again, actually. When Nkem mentioned that, made me feel old. When he said that young people are going to have 2 phones before using a tablet. So when I brought my tablet out, I was feeling old. I thought he'd left, but I see he's still here. Thanks for staying back. Okay, so if I can have Ruth maybe talk a little bit about who she is, what she does. I met Ruth a while back. She's a real entrepreneur. I met her a while back at the Venture Gardens incubator event, which was a few years ago, where I was a mentor and she was one of the entrepreneurs there. And then when I met her later, I'm a lawyer. Sorry, I don't know if I mentioned that. I'm a lawyer at the law firm Udoma Mbele Osage, and I head the fintech team. And when I met Ruth later, talking to her about how to provide legal support and that sort of thing, Ruth came back and told me that she can provide smart contracts and she herself can provide me with the support. So Ruth is the classic entrepreneur. Ruth, please tell us a little bit about what you do.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, everyone. So my name is Ruth and I'm the CEO of Bitmama. So like she said, I came across the blockchain a while back. But when I heard about it the first time, I was like, what's this blockchain? I just kind of forgot about it. Then after a while, I kind of went back, read the whole blockchain white paper, and I was like, okay, this is interesting. And why it was interesting to me is because at first I was very, very interested in stocks. So when I was little, if I see my dad buying stocks, I'm like, where is my own? Like, you didn't buy stocks for me. So it means I won't be rich in future, because I'm always looking at all these Donald Trump and co and Warren Buffett. So I know that they made money via stocks. So I was like, okay, where's my own stocks? So finally he agreed one day and bought me First Bank stocks for me to play with and see how I can get into the stock market. But while he was doing that, I realized something. We needed to have a stockbroker. Stockbroker came, then we needed to pay the stockbroker. We still needed to pay him again to buy the stocks. And I think I was not too little, but I remember that experience very well. So getting to the blockchain, when it came out, it was easy for you to enter. There was no barrier of entry. I didn't need a stockbroker to buy me tokens or something that I would use to invest. So it was like, this is very interesting. So this is like stocks, but I can do it myself. So it's like DIY for stocks. So I was like, okay, this is very, very interesting. So that was where I picked interest. And a friend from Japan was the one that then kind of taught me the rest that I needed to know. And from there, I just picked up as my pastime. And before you know, it became my full time. Yeah.
Thanks for that. So Simon, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Wonderful. So nice to meet you, Simon. I haven't actually met Simon, and this is my first contact with him, but I suspect that even if not a physical contact, I'm going to be, I'm looking at sort of 6 degrees of separation. There's going to be some contact with Simon in that we're all going to be using eNaira very soon. And BIT, if you don't know, is a company that is the technical support to the central bank in relation to the eNaira. So welcome, Simon. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me today. And I guess I share, somewhat similar background and inspiration to the story that we just heard, in the sense that as sort of, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency came on to the stage, or sort of has grown drastically over the last 10 years, it's offered different features, user experiences, configurations that I found to be somewhat attractive. I come from an engineering background, and I discovered sort of digital currencies back in 2012, and went down the rabbit hole of trying to understand how this technology would impact the financial system, and then more broadly, the economy of a particular country, and then more broadly, the global economy, and how countries would digitize their currencies. And then those currency networks would sort of interoperate with one another based on trade flows and other currency flows that we see. So that's sort of, my last 8 years in a nutshell, is basically being inspired by this open source development that we see in the form of blockchains and cryptocurrencies and digital currencies. And our responsibility as a firm BIT is taking that innovation that's happened over the last decade or so and applying it in a compliant manner to central bank digital currencies, and trying to bring as many of those features that that end users are clearly saying, these are valuable to us, we value these features, we want to be able to do more with our money, we want to be able to access it more easily and transact more easily and have access to, for example, trading opportunities, again, the story that we just heard. And so, yeah, that's a little background about me and sort of the way that I consider, the position that companies like BIT are in. It's really harnessing, capturing the value and the feature sets that have been sort of birthed by the open source community over the last decade, and then servicing central banks, because central banks are keenly interested in evolving the underlying technology of their currencies. And that's what we're here for.
Thanks. Thank you, Simon. Is Ray with us now? Okay. So I think I want to start, and I'll start with you. There's a lot of confusion and interesting confusion that occurred a couple of weeks ago, where people don't understand the difference between the blockchain and cryptocurrency. And I think one of the government agencies recently got that mixed up and caused a little bit of confusion. So can we start with that very briefly? before we launch into other discussion?
Okay. So most times when people ask me what's the difference between blockchain and cryptocurrency, so I'm like, let's explain it like we're 5 years old. So you know how we have gold? Gold is under the ground, and the amount of gold that is under the ground, we don't know. God knows. We don't know, but let's assume we knew that there is a certain amount of gold in the ground. And for us to access that gold, we have to mine gold to get gold, right? So first of all, I'm going, just like the earth is immovable. The skies and the whole thing, those are the ones that rotate, but the ground itself is immovable. You can't change the ground. If this is a loamy soil, you can't change it to, what's the other type of soil? Clay soil or something. It's forever a loamy soil. Like this one now we are doing that. If this place is waterlogged, we put sand and want to change it to another terrain, it's not naturally possible. It's still a waterlogged area. So you have to mine to be able to get the diamond and the gold that is under the ground. So that's how I explain it like 5-year-old. So now let's come to the blockchain. So the blockchain now is the ground. It's immovable, it's immutable. You can't change it. You can't move it from one place to the other. So it's a ledger. If I put something under that ground, it's forever there. And I cannot change it or change the terrain, but we know in terms of ground, it's kind of different, but I'm just trying to get an analogy for you. So you can't change the records on the blockchain. So that's the blockchain. So, but when it comes to cryptocurrencies now, for you to be able to put records on the blockchain, put transactions on the blockchain, you need to be able to mine transactions. The same way you're mining gold, diamond, silver. So now when you mine, the reward of you mining those transactions to say, we're all in this room, and let me say, I'm going to use this guy here, and he wants to say, oh, I got 70 over 100 in my exam. And we all say it's a lie, you got 50 over 100. He can't bribe all of us to say he got 70% in his exam. So we all agree that he got 50 over 100 in his exam. So that's where the immutability comes from, where we can't change it. And the whole thing is decentralized. We all don't know each other, but we all agree that this guy got 50 over 100 instead of 70 over 100. So now when you mine the blockchain, you're giving a reward, because I cannot just stay and be doing something just for doing something's sake. So when you mine, what you get is like a mathematical calculation, which is the cryptocurrency, which you have Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the rest of them. So that's the difference between the both of them.
Thank you. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Simon.
I do. I guess it depends on how much time do you want to give me. Sure. So yeah, I see. Okay, I see each of these blockchain networks as that. They're networks, and it totally depends on the governance, the operation of those networks, as in the governance and the operations basically give it the qualities that they have. So in the case like Bitcoin, for example, which is arguably the most decentralized network in the world, that has very elegant sort of game theory woven into it to incentivize miners, as Ruth mentioned, to actually participate and run specialized hardware to mine transactions and secure the network and process transactions, or sort of mine new Bitcoin into existence, process transactions, secure the network. That's a really elegant decentralized structure for a cryptocurrency. And yes, it results in immutability. That immutability is still probabilistic, I should add. For those of you who understand the game theory behind mining, you'll understand that it's still probabilistic, as in you can still assign a dollar value to the cost to attack a network like Bitcoin. right? And it's in the tens of billions of dollars, I believe, at this point, on an ongoing basis. Now, these networks can be run in not a decentralized fashion, but in a distributed fashion, where you have known participants running nodes and operating these distributed networks. And there's a lot of other blockchain networks that take on that sort of structure. So you think of the likes of EOS, or I think Solana is like that as well, where there's known node operators who are contributing to the operation of the underlying blockchain transaction network. And that's how I think CBDCs will evolve, to sort of tie it back more to my work, is I think these networks will become distributed amongst a particular country, where you will have many nodes throughout a country operated by the central bank, by the financial institutions, perhaps by the regulators. Maybe there's new dedicated agencies or multinationals. But I think that one of the main innovations in blockchain technology is the ability to run these value transfer networks across a distributed number of nodes. Now, the decentralization piece is really interesting because it takes it across the entire globe. But when you get in the context of a country, I could see a scenario where each country is running a series of nodes across the whole country for their own currency, and then making that interoperable with the international networks. But I do see that Ray has joined us, so maybe we want to hear from Ray on the panel.
Hi, Ray. Thanks for joining.
Hey, everybody. Pleasure to be here.
Okay. So the other panelists have had a chance to introduce themselves. Would you like to do that? And then perhaps tell us a little bit about some of the use cases for the blockchain.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ray Youssef. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Paxful. I'm a immigrant, first-generation immigrant from Egypt to New York. My parents went to New York for the promise of a better life. And here I am looking to build a world where people won't have to move around to places that are foreign for chance of opportunity, because there'll be opportunity everywhere. Because we'll all have honest money to give us prosperous lives. So Paxful is focused on the real use cases of Bitcoin, not speculation, but the real use cases of honest money every single day. Payments, remittances, wealth preservation, and commerce. Some examples. Well, first let's start with the problems. So, if, for example, if you're in Nigeria and you have a bank account and a bank card, you're limited to $100 a month. You can spend on that bank card every single month online. Imagine if all the plastic in your wallet was limited to $100 a month. There's not much you can really do like that, but that's the reality for many people. If you want to send money out of the country to buy something abroad and have it sent back home, whether you're importing a car or buying some goods online, it's extremely difficult because often the central banks of these countries won't let people send wires out of the country. Why? Because they want to preserve the dollars or euros themselves. This makes things very difficult for people that want to import things into the country or buy things to run their business or do anything, honestly. And we all know about the problems with remittances. If you're in Berlin and you want to send money back home to Kenya, you're paying Western Union 20% for the honor of doing so, and it's a laborious process. Or you can use Bitcoin, and instead of paying 20%, you'll make plus 4% profit because of the arbitrage, the scarcity of Bitcoin in places like Kenya. People are willing to pay more. And the good thing is you'll be able to, instead of doing it by Western Union, you'll be able to do it via an M-Pesa, and it'll be instant. So that is the narrative that we are building, is that Bitcoin is not just about speculation. It's not just a store of value, but rather a means of exchange to break the bonds of financial apartheid that have been plaguing the global South and emerging world.
Thank you, Ray. A couple of years ago, I attended an event in South Africa, and I believe I heard about your Built by Bitcoin initiative. And I actually thought that was a really interesting project, I guess. And I think it also shows about the fact that it's not it's not just about speculation, just as you said. So could you tell us a little bit about that?
Built with Bitcoin is now 5 years old. It all started when I saw this video on Instagram about an orphanage in Afghanistan. I reached out to the fellow who was doing it, and we became good friends. And I decided, one day I heard about he was building a school in Rwanda and he was looking for donations. And I called him up again and I asked him about the project, and I funded the project personally. And I went there to Rwanda, saw the school being built, and I said, hey, well, before that happened, we actually funded the school entirely with Bitcoin. So the school was funded with Bitcoin from the very beginning. All the donations were in Bitcoin. It was me that made the donations. And I went there to see the school being built. And when it was finally finished, I went there again. And now we have 2 schools in Rwanda. It's actually a campus. So the mission is to build 100 schools across Africa and the emerging world. I got this idea when I helped rebuild the first school, and that was about 2007 in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. I met these 5 Dominican nuns and we helped rebuild the school. It was quite the adventure, but because we did that, the whole city came alive because of that one act. Because only then could the police and fire department return to the city, and that's what actually brings order to a place. All civilization starts under those 2 services, right? And because they had a place to put their children, they could come back, and then the whole city began to flourish. So that's what gave me the initial idea. So Build with Bitcoin is really about giving the people the tools to, it's almost like civilization building. It's like playing SimCity, the way I see it, but we can use real money, Bitcoin, to help build real structures in the communities that need it most. Right now, as it stands, I think 95% of all the donations actually go to helping people on the ground. Our admin costs are very, very low, and Bitcoin helps us do that. So we have 6 schools so far in Rwanda, Nigeria, and Kenya. And we plan to be increasing our pace of school building dramatically over the next year and a half. So we hope to reach our goal within 3 years. And that's what Built with Bitcoin is. It's building sustainable structures for people that need it most, focus on education.
Thank you. So I like the fact that it has this impact. So my next question really is that how does blockchain technology help sort of financial inclusion? Looking at what the impact might be in relation to that. I don't know who wants to take that. I can see Ruth is not looking at me, so I'm guessing she doesn't want to take it. Anybody want to take that question?
I'm happy to jump on it first.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead, Ray, if you'd like to.
Yeah, so with this financial inclusion question, yeah, I think it can help a lot, especially if we're able to connect most of the blockchain protocol with maybe USSD payment. But I still believe education is still low. So if you're even talking about unbanked or financial inclusion, most of these people are not really literate, and you have to go through a lot of process of education. Even the educated people and literate people are still having a hard time understanding what the blockchain is. So most times, if this question should, or if it should actually work, it's going to be that we're going to hide the technology behind the products for most of these users. But generally, this is not my field. Maybe you ask the inner guy.
Sure, I think when it comes to financial inclusion, obviously the base considerations are cost and access. So is it easy to access, and is it cheaper than what's currently out there? Also, you have to address the fact that some people do not want to be banked. They would prefer to consider to deal in cash. And yet, I think that as cost and access are solved, you're going to see more people transacting using digital currencies, whether they're blockchain based or not. Now, with blockchain based digital currencies, you have there certainly are more use cases that can be achieved. And we've seen that through DeFi. We've seen that through sort of the rise and explosion of DeFi over the last couple of years, where you can get all kinds of different financial products in a truly open and accessible way. And some of these financial products were only available, at sort of the higher level investment banking in sort of in the investment community. And now you can actually get those. Now, is that financial inclusion from a sense of, accessing the poorest amongst our societies? Perhaps not, but is it financial inclusion in the sense that you're augmenting the tool set that generally people have to participate in sort of more advanced financial systems? Then absolutely. I think in the case of eNaira, absolutely having more paths to transact and easier accessibility. So USSD, which is a feature that's coming, and really making it easy to access and for sure undercutting the costs that are currently out there is going to be absolutely crucial. That's basically what I typically boil it down to. And I think again on the crypto side, so with Bitcoin and whatnot, the use cases that Ray is talking about are particularly inspiring, because these take the cost and access piece one step further and also offer some investment opportunities that have obviously panned out fairly well in the Bitcoin space in particular thus far. If you look at the chart, most people are doing quite well who got into Bitcoin. Now, is that an indication of what will happen in the future? We're not sure, of course, but it certainly offers an additional sort of level of attraction. And because you just need an internet device, an internet capable device to access it, it certainly is attractive. Again, I think that once you solve cost and access and continue to optimize for those things, then we'll reach the financial inclusion goals that we need. Also, interoperability, I think it goes without saying that any digital currency network, blockchain-based or not, needs to have an augmented feature set or a feature set that's attractive for people to use. Otherwise, again, what is the point? I think the path sort of goes, if you can give people who haven't had more powerful digital financial services, if you can give them access to those digital financial services, then they're more likely to participate in the economy. As they participate in the economy with these again, augmented feature sets for digital financial services, then they're going to increase their standard of living. And I think that is sort of the path of financial inclusion that we're trying to accomplish, certainly at BIT.
Understood, absolutely. So as you said, sort of cost and access, democratizing generally access to these types of services ultimately leads to greater financial inclusion. Ray, did you have anything to add, or shall I move on? So I will ask this because I have been asked it many times in relation to the eNaira. So I'll ask Simon that question. In relation to the eNaira, I get asked all the time. So if I can send money on my phone using USSD now, why do I need the eNaira?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think when you look at CBDCs, when you look at the eNaira, you have to look at CBDCs in general. What's happening internationally with CBDCs? And this is a trend where, again, central banks around the world are looking to upgrade the technology behind their own currency. And they're looking to sort of participate more directly in the economy to provide, again, as low cost as possible, accessible sort of a payments network. So Nigeria is a tricky one for us because the payment system is already very advanced. There's a lot of different products that are in operation in Nigeria that offer great user experience and a lot of value. So our challenge in working with the CBN and other financial institutions in Nigeria is to just further augment that feature set and then achieve some of the monetary policy goals that the central bank is trying to achieve as well. So these are tools for both the central bank and the financial system and the economy more broadly to achieve some of the larger sort of policy level goals that span years and years, right? And so this is, so I would say, it's important to look at it from a global perspective and understand the challenge that central banks are going through right now in designing, developing, deploying their digital currencies, because a lot of the benefits are going to be realized when each of these currencies are truly digitized and tokenized and then interoperable with one another. The payments use cases are I would say a little more regional dependent in the sense that if there are no obvious gaps, it'll be tricky to see how additional value will be created or offered to the general public, whether it's your retail consumers or enterprises or other firms. And yet again, that's part of our mission, is saying, okay, how can we fill the gaps that are out there, but then also how can we prepare Nigeria for an interconnected digital currency world, as most central banks are now digitizing their currency and then looking to interoperate. I hope that answers your question. Any other particular element I could zone in on?
So I actually think that's really interesting. It was something, it reminds me of something someone mentioned in the context of driverless cars. So they were saying, driverless cars are great. It's kind of a technology. It's a little bit cool. You sit at the back, etc. But where you really get the game changer is where most cars are driverless. And so therefore they can avoid each other. They can, they know when there's traffic in a particular area and divert and so on. And that's really going to be when we really see the impact. And I guess that's what you're saying, Simon, in relation to digital currency. The way we're really going to see that impact is where lots of other countries have digital currency and then the interrelationship there. Am I correct?
Yeah, I would say that's definitely part of it. And it's not to say that there aren't gaps and use cases that have yet to be fulfilled in countries like Nigeria. I do think that as we continue to roll out the e-Naira and more firms participate, that we're going to see some really interesting use cases come up. I think one of the ones that I'm particularly interested in is I guess it kind of coincides with an example that Ruth mentioned, and that is given the immutability of these networks, having sort of accountability and transparency mechanisms built in to different payment structures. So you think of public funding, for example, so a big infrastructure project or something like that. If we can have systems that have a little more accountability and transparency incorporated into some of these larger public payment scenarios, then again, it's a tool for sort of rooting out corruption and making sure that any money intended for a particular purpose is making its way to that end purpose. So that's, I would say that, yeah, yes, the driverless cars analogy is applicable, and I do think that we're going to see a lot of efficiencies gained as more CBDCs get interconnected. But I do also think that we're going to see a lot of valuable use cases in Nigeria that will ultimately add to GDP. I mean, that's our goal.
Thank you. Very interesting, Ruth. I know that one of the things, and I think the same for Ray, I know that sort of remittances, the use of cryptocurrency in the context of remittances is a big help. It's more cost effective, etc. And I think that Ray has sort of hinted at that. Is that still going to be the case with the e-Naira? Is there still going to be a case for that?
Okay. Yeah, I think it would be. But like he said, sorry, what's his name? Simon. Yeah. So like Simon said, we have to kind of wait for interoperability. So where Ghana Central Bank also has a CDC, or maybe the US, they also have, and you can exchange one of those CDC for another. But currently, I don't think they are moving from fiat to CDC right now, because that would also help if they are doing that, but it's currently not being done. Yeah.
And Ray, I think you also talked about the use of cryptocurrency in the context of remittances. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a lot to do there, but before we talk about remittances, we just need to look at the blockchain in the general like spectrum of the value that's we're able to offer now. And really it's in terms of third-party payments, because it's third-party payments that are driving all of this. instead of me relying on Western Union to send money back home to my mother in Egypt, I can have someone else send the money to my mother from their, on their mobile wallet account to her mobile wallet account. It's peer-to-peer. That's the power of all of this. That's really the power of blockchain, is that it enables peer-to-peer payments. Bitcoin, the first words of the Bitcoin white paper were peer-to-peer electronic cash. That is the foundation and bedrock of everything. When you have this peer-to-peer electronic cash and you have this peer-to-peer network, then you can actually use that peer-to-peer electronic cash to make all the money in the world in whatever container it's in liquid. It doesn't matter if it's in a gift card, in a bank account, in a bundle of cash, in an online wallet account, a PayPal account, whatever. That's the beauty here. And this is actually, peer-to-peer payments is a 1,400-year-old struggle. It all started 1,400 years ago with another problem, when the Roman Empire forbid agency. And all the traders at the time that were running, transnational, international businesses, they looked around, they said, we can't do business if we don't have the power of agency to allow others to transact on our behalf, because we can't be everywhere at once, So what they did is they got together and they came up with a system called Hawala. Hawala exists to this day. It's an Arabic word for money transfer. And the reason Hawala worked is because there was a trust network in that initial community, and they were Muslims, because they had this very close-knit community and this religion that was based on an immutable ledger, the Quran in this case. They actually made that work, right? Someone could transact on someone else via another person and money could get to anywhere in the world. But now we have this other immutable ledger, and it's called the blockchain. And it forms the basis of trust for us to have this trustless peer-to-peer network. That is really the power here. We are coming full circle on a very old problem. And this problem is essentially what has kept the rest of the world from solving its own problems for them. Because we haven't been able to rely on our peers to help us with our money problems. We've had to go through these central institutions, and they're all controlled by a centralized structure that likes some people and hates other people. And that's why the world has been poor. That's all.
Thank you. So I was going to ask, what are the key impediments to the development of the use of the blockchain, particularly in Nigeria? I don't know if, I guess Ray has given us one theory on that. Ray, do you have anything else to add to that?
The key impediments are, as always, education, right? We need more education. The simplest things, for example, two-factor authentication. Most people are not aware of it. Most people don't use it, even when we try to make them aware of it. And it's a huge problem in all of Africa, because the truth is 99% of all African websites that Africans use on a daily basis have been hacked, and their passwords have been leaked. And unfortunately, most people use the same password they use for their email, they use for everywhere else, and they also use it for their online wallet, crypto accounts. So people are in danger, right? So besides those defensive issues, the biggest issue is just educating people about, number one, how the money system works. And once people understand how the money system works, they'll understand why it's so broken, and they'll see a world beyond that. And that was the biggest and best thing that Bitcoin ever gave me, it gave me an understanding of what money actually is. Money is very simple. It's not it's not gold or silver or paper. It's work. It's human work containerized to transcend time and space. As long as you're able to do work, want to do work, then you should be rich. We have 600 million young people in Africa. That is a recipe for immense wealth. So getting that out there, changing the narrative so that Africans see themselves as, prosperous, wealthy, talented, as opposed to this dialogue of poverty, corruption, and disease that we get constantly from the Western media. Once we can flip that script around, we're going to unlock tremendous wealth in Africa and the entire global South. I see it as being the biggest problem, the second biggest problem, and the third biggest problem. So we got to get to work.
All right. For me, I see, what do you call it? Yeah, like Ray said, definitely education is still low. Like I said, but there's a good adoption rate in Nigeria, but globally, I think we still have less than 2% of world's population that know about crypto or blockchain or have anything to do with it. Maybe another impediment too is getting infrastructure developers. So when I mean infrastructure developers, like technical developers, it's like when I told you that we write smart contracts to, at least I'm happy now. A lot of people are now thinking of training. Recently too, we sponsored some developers to get to training because when we started, we had only one smart contract developer. So I saw it that I'm not just going to bring out a smart contract developer from anywhere in the world, and maybe I couldn't afford someone in the US. So it was up to me to even teach my developers what the blockchain is and for them to grow with that. So yeah, that's one very big gap. So once we see that everybody understands what this technology is, what I can use it for, then we're going to see lots and lots of use cases springing up, even both in agriculture, manufacturing, supply chain, everywhere. But for now, people don't really understand it. But once they do, it's going to be game over. Yeah. Thanks. Simon, did you have anything to add to that before we talk a little bit more about the use cases generally?
No, I really agree with the education piece, to be honest. I think we're at a really interesting time where internet native currencies are gaining ground, and it does beg the question of sort of the life cycle of money creation through to distribution and transaction in the economy. So I fully agree. Education, awareness, and training to be able to use these sorts of tools is a crucial element.
How easily do these sort of central bank digital currencies sit with cryptocurrency? Are they?
I guess it depends on who you ask. Yeah. So look, the way that I see the relationship is sort of, I'll piggyback on what I just said. We're witnessing the introduction, the proliferation of internet native payment networks. And you could argue that Bitcoin has been the most successful internet native payment network to date, just given its market cap and its adoption internationally. If central banks have played a role in society for quite a long time to govern the money supply and foster economic stability, if not economic growth. And these institutions are still tasked with that challenge, even given the introduction of alternative currencies like a Bitcoin or Ethereum or other crypto currencies. So that again is why CBDCs are being introduced. And again, I'll sort of go back to what I said initially, in the sense that I think the CBDCs that are most successful, or that will be most successful in the world, will be the ones that either borrow from the feature sets that have been created in the open source community through crypto over the last decade. That I would say that's a crucial consideration for the design of CBDCs. And then secondly, being interoperable not only with one another and not only with the existing financial system and economy, but also with cryptocurrencies. And I think that CBDCs offer central banks a tool to better understand what's going on in crypto and Bitcoin, and potentially how to have sort of compliant trading services, virtual asset service provider licenses, these sorts of things. So I guess I just see it, I see it sort of pragmatically as this is, we're going through the age. I mean, it's incredible the evolution that's gone on over the last 10 years since the Bitcoin white paper was released, what that's done in Bitcoin, and then what that's done in crypto more broadly. Now you have an asset class that's worth over $3 trillion, which is just like a really incredible feat for a group of distributed open source developers. That's really what it boils down to at the end of the day. There are massive amounts and growing of software developers who contribute and collaborate in an open source manner to release software to the public. And so given that that's just a reality of the society that we live in, and I think it's another sort of phenomena that the internet has birthed itself. You know, we're very fortunate to have lived through the age of the introduction of the internet and the proliferation of the internet itself. And it's just, I think it's sort of natural that you would see internet native payment networks or internet native value transfer networks spring up as like an offspring, you know, of the internet itself. And so that is that's the task that central banks are you know, sort of undertaking right now is how do they continue to achieve their mandate in a society that has internet native payment networks in a decentralized fashion like Bitcoin. I hope that answers your question. I know I hit a few points there.
Yes, no, it does, absolutely. Before I ask you all for sort of final comments, I just had one question in terms of a final comment, final question, I guess, which is about sort of when we talked about use cases and other than sort of currency, we talk about non-fungible tokens, NFTs. I understand that the metaverse now, there's a blockchain that is dependent on the blockchain. So I just want to know all these new sort of trends and all these new things we're talking about outside of currencies. What any comments on that and what we should be expecting in Nigeria?
Yeah, so like you said, the NFTs, which are the non-fungible tokens, they are mainly tailored towards artists. And like you said, these are like manifestation of people now understanding what the blockchain can do. So I can use it in art. I can digitally sign my document and like my university certificate. I can't forge it. If I sign it, it's my own. If I didn't go to university, I can't go and forge it and say I went to university. The record is somewhere. It's either with your university or it's somewhere on the blockchain. Someone is going to find it. So there are more use cases definitely coming up. We still have DeFi coming up, and I still say I see lots of disruption happening in the finance space. So, sorry, but we're going to see a lot of uncoupling of the banks. So, like products the banks currently offer, loans, mortgages, everything, savings. We're going to see a lot of uncoupling, and we're going to see like decentralized projects building on those platforms, but in a decentralized manner. I don't have to go to the bank anymore and say, I want 2 million naira, and they'll tell me to bring a picture of my dog, picture of this, picture of that. I can just stay there and just be on the blockchain, and someone is going to give me 2 million naira, whether I have collateralized tokens or I don't. So we're going to see various use cases springing up.
Thank you. Very, very exciting.
Yeah.
Simon?
Yeah, I think I've said, you know, throughout the panel, just where I think we're going to see a lot of innovation, and that is just continuing to fill gaps, continuing to interconnect literally the world, and it's already being interconnected, but trimming down costs where there's excess cost. I do see a lot of there's always opportunities to optimize and make systems more efficient, and I think that's ultimately what we're going through at a high level.
Thanks. And Ray?
Yes, NFTs. I honestly don't know, guys. I don't know what the killer app of NFT is, but I'll tell you, if anyone's going to discover what the killer app of NFTs are, it's definitely going to be the Nigerian people. So I'd encourage Nigerian people to go all in on NFTs so you can come up with that secret sauce real quick for us. I know you're going to do it. So put another shout out in. It was the Nigerian people that personally showed me and everyone at my company what the killer app of Bitcoin was. This is back in 2015, and everyone's talking about Bitcoin as a store of value and a speculative instrument. It was the Nigerian people that took this peer-to-peer electronic cash on this peer-to-peer marketplace, Paxful, and they hacked it in a good way to do every little thing they needed to solve every problem, big or small, that they had with money. So if anyone can find out the maximum value of something, it's the ingenious Nigerian people, and NFTs will be no different. So let's get at it.
Are you back, Ray?
I'm sorry, was that aimed at me? What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Maybe he's speaking actually.
I don't think they can hear us, right? There was a power outage. Can you hear us?
Can you hear him? He's trying to say something.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. We're cut off, all right?
Yeah, I think we're cut off.
All right.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear us, Simon.
Can you hear
It
us?
looks like he can't hear us. He can't hear us.
I can't even say anything.
We can hear you.
Okay. And if I say it, you guys won't hear me.
They can hear us.
Oh, they can hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Oh, you can hear us. Oh, yeah, he's nodding. But we can't hear you.
No.
Testing.
Testing.
Thank you, Jinka. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Ray. Right, so at this point, I'd like to call on Dr. David Sawu, General Manager. Okay, Dr. is online now. Dr. say hello. Dr. will be speaking on a very important topic, and that's the Fintech dimension of cybersecurity. Because as we solution, we keep blockchain, without cybersecurity consciousness, there will be. So, Doctor, you can hear me? Just say hello and I'll help you out. Remember the hashtag is hashtag. Can you hear me? Yeah. Did you say techie? It was quite techie, right? It was quite techie. I heard that. It was techie, right? Don't worry. You know, one of the challenges that techies have is not being able to break down tech in a way that everyone understands. So most times techies talk about tech and they talk about it in such a way that, you know, assuming that everyone understands. So sometimes you don't really blame them. It's more out of passion, you know. They speak tech, talk tech, you know, and then it's flying over people's head. But, you know, hopefully we will get to a point where more and more people would understand, you know, tech and, you know, as it grows continuously. Is Doc online? Is Doc ready? Hello, Doc, can you hear me? We're waiting for you, actually.
Yes, we can hear you now. I believe that's me, right?
Yeah, that's you. Right.
All right.
You have the floor. Over to you. Thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you very much. Let me see if I can share my slides, all right? Just a few slides. Can you see my slides, please? Hello, can anyone see the slide?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I know the risk involved when one stands between people and launch, okay? So we'll try and keep it simple as much as possible. In the next few minutes, I'm told I have about 9-10 minutes, we'll be looking at the fintech dimensions of cyber security. All right, you know, just the outline here, no need to waste time on that. First thing I'd like to say is that fintech is here to stay. Fintech is here to stay because of the power, the transformation power that it has, the high value addition provided in an environment of low cost and high efficiency levels. If you sit down and take a deep breath and look at what the fintechs have achieved in the last 3 to 5 to 7 years max, you will see that fintech is making practically the impossible to be possible. All right, because of the lack of time, we'll not go into too much of that. Now, initially, fintech was employed just at the back end of systems of developed large organizations. But in the last few years, that has changed significantly. Now, financial technology experts and services are moving forward. They are customer-oriented, seeking to help businesses to better manage processes, to better manage customer fulfillment. And so the proliferation of the use of technology to optimize and ease financial transactions has not only revolutionized the payment space, but it has also broadened the attack surface as well for the bad actors. Therefore, cyber attacks are no longer a matter of if they happen, but when they will happen. And I'm sure that most of us here, or every one of us has heard the popular cliche, right? That there are two categories of companies, those that have been hacked, and then the other buckets of companies that they don't know that they've been hacked, but everybody will be hacked. So it's no longer a question of if, but when the cyber attacks will happen. So what is this cyber security that we're talking about? You know, that's making us to spend a few minutes on the fintech dimension. Is the entire practice and processes that we follow in protecting systems, networks, data, and programs from any form of digital attack or any form of unauthorized access. That's cybersecurity in summary. And with the rising adoption of technology to facilitate payments and access to financial services, it has only become necessary, ladies and gentlemen, that guidelines and principles that provide safety to these systems are adopted. If you look at the right-hand side of the slide, for instance, you'll see there that between 2019 and 2021, the number of fintech startups has increased across the entire globe in all regions, from the Americas to EMEA to Asia Pacific. You see there that the number has more than doubled in each case, practically in each case, in each region. That tells you that there is transformation power in fintech. The entire pillars of cybersecurity, just the 3 key pillars, that's what propels a good cybersecurity posture, the people in the organization, the process, as well as the technology. Now, what are the general challenges that are encountered by fintechs, especially in Nigeria and across the world? It might be useful to say that the challenges are generally similar across all types of organizations. For instance, if you start with cloud computing security issues, the lack of visibility into the data that is stored in the cloud, theft of the data, general security issues, application breaches that may apply to the environment in which our fintechs operate, up to the space of malware and ransomware, and then of course DOS, which is denial of service, and the extreme form of it, which is the distributed denial of service. Actually, both of them are essentially the same thing. The difference is in the degree, the extent, whereas one is just an attempt to crash a web server using one direct machine or an attack vector. The other is using a myriad of many, using many devices or many sources, otherwise known as zombies, and then sending packets to a target server to make sure that the server crashes, which is, the objective is to prevent the authorized access to the services or to the server by authorized persons or customers, as the case may be. Other cybersecurity challenges encountered by fintechs include, again, phishing. And like I said, this is not specific to fintech, it's general. You receive all kinds of email messages, all kinds of fake messages, and then people are deceived into accessing dangerous, unsafe sites. And then they get scammed. And then you also have the issue of money laundering risk. This is a key one, especially for fintechs. Criminals often want to use financial technology, to use fintech to introduce illegitimate funds into the ecosystem to make them clean. So that is one risk that fintechs need to watch out for. What about data breaches? I've mentioned that already. That affects both fintech and affects other organizations, but it affects fintechs even more. And then you have third-party or unsecured services. This relates more to the supply chain risk and supply chain attack. A lot of fintechs depend on other third-party providers of services to do their work and provide their services. Once you use or you are dependent on a third party, then actually you are also liable to be infected when that third party is affected or attacked. And we've seen that across different parts of the world. Now, this slide focuses critically on the types of challenges specifically suffered or experienced by fintech. The first one is the minimal attention to controls and standards due to what I call extreme agility. Fintechs are agile, they're smart. Everybody sitting in this room, you're all smart people, very smart people. In some cases, they're a bit hasty. They want to get things done quickly, time to market. They want to run and get things done. And because of that, fintechs generally pay minimal attention to controls, minimal attention to standards. And that is a big problem, because once you don't have adequate standards, then you can be easily attacked by the bad actors. Because the average fintech or startup is small, there is typically scarcity of investable funds to invest in technology tools and appliances, as well as cybersecurity tools. I think I've heard, as part of the discussions earlier on, we've heard about cloud services, cloud etc. There are some fintechs that provide cloud services. You'll be amazed to know that their servers are being operated from the garage. And that's a big problem. So the scarcity of funds exposes the fintech infrastructure to cyber attacks. So that's a big challenge. Thirdly, there are skeletal risk management practices. A lot of fintechs do not pay attention to something as basic as patch management, patching of the servers. There is no server that I know that does not have some level of vulnerability, whether exploitable or non-exploitable. So patch management is an issue. Fintechs, and that ties in with the first bullet point, which is the minimal attention to controls and standards. If you do not pay attention to patching of servers, ensuring that your vulnerabilities are cut down, then you are laying out yourself to be easily attacked by the bad actors. Other types of controls like network segmentation, like simple access controls. A lot of our fintech organizations do not pay attention to these things, and so they make them quite accessible and susceptible to attacks by the bad guys. Fragile governance structures actually goes without saying. A lot of the fintechs are run by one or two people with just a few staff. So the question of having a robust governance structure, having a committee or subcommittee to look at different areas of the business does not exist. And that is a bit of a problem. So our fintech organizations need to pay some attention to this, because those organizations that have good governance structures, they're able to manage the attendant risks more carefully, more proactively. And then one thing that we see, especially with fintechs, is in regard to documentation and procedures. Typically, documentation by fintech is minimal, and they have skeletal procedures. A lot of the time, you have the procedures in the minds or in the brains of the key actors of the entities, and that is not good for cyber security. We require adequate documentation of all processes. What about backdoors? Fintechs, typically, those who do coding, backdoors are introduced deliberately so they can easily go in and fix problems. But that is also the same route that the bad actors will take to attack the systems. And then the issue of testing, insufficient testing. That is a major issue, and it's not in Nigeria alone. Globally, studies have shown that a lot of codes that are designed are not tested adequately before they are released. And so that's a big problem. And finally, we have inadequate version control, controlling the codes that have been developed so that you know what version has been released, who has access to what. So when there is a problem, you know what to do. These are some of the key challenges that are specific to fintech. Now, this is my last slide. It just contains a few of the recommendations, just a few. The first one is that no matter how small the organization is, please, all fintechs are required to pay some attention to employee training and education, especially in the area of cybersecurity. Everybody should work with a mindset of being secure, knowing fully well that we started by saying cyber attack is no longer a question of if, but rather it is when it will happen. So everyone needs to know the safeguards, what to do and what not to do, basic hygiene processes. And then secondly, as much as possible, we should pay attention to standards. Let's benchmark our services to the best across the world. One way to do that is to get certified to some. It's not all the standards that apply to all organizations, no. Basic standards that apply, like ISO 27001 on information security. If you are providing services to the financial services organizations or ecosystem, you need to be certified here. That benchmarks you to the best in the whole world. What of ISO 22301? That is on disaster recovery. There is no organization that is perfect. I'm sure we all know that. So when the problems occur, your systems must be resilient. You should be able to get your systems back up and running so that your customers can access your services. And then the others like PCI DSS as applicable, NDPR, cloud security, etc. The third item there is that everyone should pay some attention to risk management. We do not need fintechs to develop robust risk management practices, no, but essential risk management. What can go wrong? Put safeguards in place so that if you have that and then you are willing to invest a little amount, because we have said that there are scarcity of funds. That's the second bullet point here for technology, hardware, software, and cybersecurity tools. However, no matter how small your capital is, you should have something to invest in ensuring that you have a robust cyber security posture that keeps your services safe and secure. There is some level of data encryption and backups that are required. So we need to ensure that data are encrypted both at rest and in transit. That way, and then we take backups. That way, when the attacks happen, we are in a better position to bounce back and have resilient systems. I hope the above few slides and the issues covered have been helpful one way or the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siawe. Please round of applause for him.
Okay.
And jail in particular for create changes that are significant in the economy. I mean, it goes beyond just payment. I mean, what's going to happen, what blockchain can do with the agricultural sector, with the health sector, with the educational sector. So there's so much that's going to happen. And I see the people here that can make the changes. Like I always say, the analog generation cannot implement a digital economy. We need the digital generation to do it. Some of us are digital immigrants. We are not natives. We are immigrants, but we align. But analogs can do it. So it's you guys that are going to do it. So thanks for being here and enjoy lunch.
On that note, I want to say a big thank you to every one of you that have sat through. Thank you for joining us for this particular event. We look forward to welcome you in 2022, God willing, at the Nigeria Fintech Week. Until then, stay safe. Let's keep building. Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you.